next? What's best? What's next? New text, who guessed? You said, I said, we won, we dread. What's best? What's next? New phone, new dress, new flex. What's best? What's next? New text, who guessed? You said, I said, we won, we dread. What's best? What's next? Leave me alone. Go out west. Give me your phone. Going down west. Leave me alone. Go out west. Run slow. Going down west. Leave me alone. Go out west. Give me your phone. Going down west. Leave me alone. Go out west. Run slow. Going down west.
Hey, what is up, everybody? I am Christopher, aka the Bronze Age Nerd. That is Brian, aka Bigby McFly, the comic book guy. How's it going, Brian?
Good, man.
Awesome.
It's been an awesome last few days.
Yeah, you know what? I have rarely been this excited for a show, and I'm saying that extremely sincerely. This was an amazing weekend. A lot of really cool things happened. We're really looking forward to talking about all kinds of cool stuff as the show goes on. Real fast, I want to make sure we get going on two things because I goofed up last time. So one thing I want to do is we are going to have a couple giveaways tonight. And so I want to make sure that we start the giveaways correctly because I goofed on that last time. There's one chat giveaway. All you have to do is be watching this show and type a hashtag comment we're about to give you into chat, and you'll go ahead and maybe win some free comic books. We got a few different prize packages you can win from, so all that's going to be free. I am starting to collect comments right now, which means we are good to go. All you have to do is type hashtag Darkwing, one word, as in DW Darkwing Duck. All you got to do is type in hashtag Darkwing into chat, and you'll know why in a minute. Type that into chat, and you got a chance to win a free package of comic books. So definitely make sure you get that hashtag in, and we'll show you the prizes for that in a little bit later when we're done talking to our guest. And the other thing, too, is we got a super chat prize tonight. In fact, we got a crazy super chat prize tonight. We really wanted to step up the quality of those super chats. So for those wondering, we did that last time. Hey, guess what? How about some Ariel Diaz Battle Chasers goodness? That's the Virgin variant from Bird City Comics, the cheeky Joe Madureira homage to Battle Chasers #1. And we have another awesome book, even though I just grabbed the wrong one. So give me one moment here. Be right back. Give me 1 second here.
That's not the slab you're looking for.
Sorry about that. Grab the wrong one. That would be the next show's giveaway. That would be awkward and confusing. This is an awesome Bry's Comics exclusive Spider-Gwen annual #1. It's a CGC 9.8. This was limited to 950 copies. You have the COA right there with that. So that is a fantastic prize. I know there's a lot of glare. I'm sorry. It's a black cover. It's a gorgeous book. There you go. So that is just absolutely sick. So yeah, that's a really good super chat prize. All you got to do is do a super chat donation over here on the YouTube channel. If you're watching somewhere else, and you get a chance to win that. If you do a $1 donation, you got 1 entry. If you do 5, you got 5 entries. And we'll show it off more again later too when we're done talking to our guests we have coming on here just in a minute. But that's really awesome. And then before we do talk to our guests, we're just going to say hi to the people that were jumping in here. We just lost Bigby for a second, so I'll say hi to the chat while we're waiting for him to pop back in. GT Key Comic is in the house, holding it down. Richard Westfall is here. Won't be able to make it tonight, but going to watch on the rewind. So Richard, in the future, when you're watching this on the rewind, we appreciate you watching on the rewind. And that goes for everybody watching on the rewind. I got Stickotron, ready for some Deadpool and Wolverine, LFG, Christina Payne, Trev the Shipping Guru, TM Needy, TM Nerdy. TM Needy is a different person.
Different guy.
Christina Payne and now still. Oh, you're all good, man. It's going to happen a couple times. It's a live show. Collector P, Brandon Metro, We've got Derek here. Lots of great people in the chat. Tina's in here. That's awesome. Steve, welcome. So I want to make sure actual Dracula. There's some great people in the chat tonight. All of you are wonderful. Figure drawing, Geek Out with Roscoe. Some of these people will be featured on the show later when it comes to community art. Milton Stapler, hey, getting in on that super chat giveaway, on the chat giveaway. And we got Jay here as well. That's awesome. So why are we doing hashtag Darkwing? That's an odd hashtag to be doing in the chat tonight, right? Well, we actually have a very special guest here tonight. We're going to bring him on here in just 1 second, and we're going to talk about an awesome new project coming up that I don't know, it hits me right in the nostalgia, so I can't wait to talk about this. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. We are talking to Nick Barrucci tonight. Let's bring him in right now. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Fantastic. How about you?
Good. A little tired, but good. Been a long day. It's actually been a long couple of weeks. A lot of stuff going on. Most of it good, and leading into San Diego Comic-Con, which is kind of crazy. Our 20th anniversary. It's pretty nuts right now.
Wow. I mean, that's a heck of an anniversary. Congrats, on 20 years there. That's awesome. We're here tonight to talk about a really exciting project. I know Nick's over on the East Coast. We're the West Coast, Best Coast Comics over here. I know he's over on the East Coast. So we wanted to get him on early so he can get a chance to go get some rest.
Should I change my name to Second Best Coast?
That coast goes all the way around, baby.
Yeah, the Best Coast, it can go all the way around. Exactly, all the way around that continent. We love you over there too. We just we realized when we had to schedule the show at a certain time of night, we're probably going to draw a lot of West Coasters. So we just decided to lean into it. We're both over on the West Coast, so. But we love you over there.
I appreciate it. You're very kind. Let's see if I can get this right. All right. I can't get it right, but this will be right enough.
Oh, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, we had some technical issues before the show, so sorry for the late start, but we wanted to make sure we could hear.
It's all my fault. I want to be clear. It's all my fault. Right now, I'm shooting from my phone because my computer decided that the mic and the camera was not going to work, which is frustrating. So thank you all. Thank you guys, and thank the fans for their patience.
100%. Yeah, we've got all these people saying hashtag Darkwing in the chat, and for good reason. I know Nick's here to talk about a really awesome project, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share a screen. You guys are going to see something on the website. There's a link to the site I'm about to bring up in the description below, so you can go look at it. And let's talk about the Darkwing Duck Kickstarter that's going on right now. This looks really exciting. Nick, what can you tell us about this Kickstarter and kind of how this project came to be for everybody?
Sure. So this Kickstarter is a follow-up to our Gargoyles Kickstarter, and keep in mind one thing: English is my second language. And people think I'm kidding when I say that. I am 100% serious. My parents were off the boat. Everybody in South Philly spoke Italian to them. We didn't have a TV. I learned Italian until I went to school. I didn't learn English till pre-kindergarten. They had a special class for Italian kids to learn English. So all the fun you can have. But this is a follow-up to our Gargoyles Kickstarter. We did a Gargoyles Kickstarter where we had all the previous Gargoyles comics in 3 volumes to bring back to the fans. All the work had to be digitized. All the work had to be rescanned, had to be restored. And we're creating those 3 collections, and they're fantastic. For Darkwing Duck, we wanted to do something a little different. We decided to take it in steps because we had phenomenal support for Gargoyles, like unbelievably phenomenal support. We hit $925,001. We are the number 3 Kickstarter graphic novel of all time.
Wow.
And we just rocked it. And with Darkwing, we just thought, you know what? Let's do this one a little differently, because we have some great comics there's great comics that came before, And then there's great comics that we've released. We have the Amanda Diebert series of Darkwing Duck, and she killed it. We've got Jeff Parker and Roger Langridge doing Negaduck and Justice Ducks. And we thought, you know what? There's a lot of Darkwing Duck that came before us. But instead of doing 3 volumes of all the old material again, let's do this in stages. Let's do the oldest material, the Marvel material from the Disney Afternoon and the Disney Comics. Make that the first volume. Let's put the spotlight on Amanda Diebert for the second volume. And for the third volume, let's focus on Justice Ducks and Negaduck. Let's spread the love to the entire Duck family. So we decided to mix it up this time. I'm not going to be able to see the chats because my phone's so small.
For sure. I'll read any questions that come through. We have some love for Darkwing Duck being discussed in the chat, which I absolutely share, by the way. I mentioned when I shared this on social media earlier. I mean, I'm of an age where this was what I was watching after school, you know, some depending on which year it was, right? I was watching this after school with DuckTales and Tailspin and all that. Absolutely, you know, superhero cartoon at the time, that was a rare thing. So I loved it, and I've always been a fan of Darkwing Duck. Absolutely.
No, I mean, he's just such a rich character and so fun. And that's why we thought, you know, we could just focus on Darkwing himself, or we can mix it up. And mixing it up felt like the right thing to do. And we're making the covers exclusive to Kickstarter that are on here. You'll see that because we want the Kickstarter supporters to have something special for being the first to back it. And, you know, it's just really great. And, you know, the best part is Tad Stones is a part of this. Just like Greg Weisman, the creator of Gargoyles, was a part of Gargoyles, Tad Stones is a part of Darkwing. And he's just so phenomenal. And, you know, the guy is 72 years old and spry as can be. I mean, he looks better than I do. And, you know, I'm 55, so, you know, probably too much pasta, too many meatballs, too much olive oil in my food over the years. So, but it's just so great to have his blessing. You know, and we're doing a Nash can to the next Darkwing Duck series, and it's got our first Tad Stones cover, and we hit that stretch goal, and now every fan who backs the Kickstarter gets it automatically.
That is awesome.
And just real quick, I think we're going to get to $300,000. That's our next stretch goal. So,
fantastic.
Yeah. So, and then if we get to 450, we have one more stretch goal to announce. It's an exciting time. It's exciting to see the fans come back into this. And, you know, I want to add one other thing that a lot of people do not realize. The nice thing, and I'm going to touch on Gargoyles again, and then I'll come back to this. The nice thing about these Kickstarters is we can recreate and put back into fans' hands, but also retailers' hands, books that are out of print. Because we did the Gargoyles Kickstarters, once the fans who back the Kickstarter have their books, we're going to solicit the other 3 volumes directly into the direct market and the book market for people who missed the Kickstarter. Had we not done that Kickstarter, we would probably be releasing one a year. Now they'll be, you know, far quicker, closer together, and it's good for everybody. It's good for the industry. It's good for the fans. Everybody comes out ahead. And then even here, you know, more likely than not, I think that had we not done the Kickstarter, we would probably have the Disney Comics as one collection and the Disney Afternoon Adventures by Marvel as another collection. But because we're doing this and we're able to remaster the material, redigitize it, make it better, we can now put it all in one volume because the support of the Kickstarter allows us to spend more money on it, you know, and the fans get to pick the threshold that they want the most. So,
right.
Yeah, I think Jay just mentioned something in chat. This is just how Dynamite has absolutely been killing it, especially with all these licensed properties that people have we're living in an age of renewed nostalgia for people to kind of go back to their childhoods and all these things we loved as kids, or kids of all ages, really. But between Gargoyles, Darkwing Duck, so many properties that you guys, Space Ghost, all this stuff, it is just awesome to see. It's exciting. We were at a con this weekend. We were seeing some classic animators get a lot of attention and love for some of their properties, and it's just great that you're bringing back all these original creators for this stuff too. It's great. It's fantastic. I'm glad you guys are doing strong numbers on both of these so far. It looks like you have 8 days left to go on this campaign. And by the way, I pasted the link in the chat. If anybody wants to go check it out right now and scroll along with us and check out some of these rewards, definitely go check it out. This is just great stuff. And I'm glad that, we're getting all this, like you mentioned, out of print. There's been a lot of that going around recently too. And we're getting some of these things back in stores, which is excellent, back in people's hands because they've wanted to read it. And it's been difficult.
It is. And that's also why I really want to express how important it is that we're able to put these books together and ship them to the fans, but also that those fans that either can't back the Kickstarter when it's live, some people have tighter funds, which is understandable, or people that miss out on the Kickstarter altogether, and it supports their local retailer. I mean, even putting the entire Amanda Debert series into one collection, because of the expense that it would be if we sold it only wholesale, it would be a far more expensive book. But because the Kickstarter fans are helping us to make it happen, we can make it just one omnibus. And we never would have put together Justice Ducks and Negaduck into one omnibus if it wasn't for this. Now, make no mistake about it, I'm going to give you some inside baseball here, so to speak. And the only thing I know about baseball is the term inside baseball. Unfortunately, I disappointed my father. He wanted me to play sports. Being Italian, off the boat, baseball was his thing. And I was too much into comics, which wasn't exactly thrilling for him. So he tried to get me to watch baseball games, and I was bored as could be. I have a feeling the only thing I would have been more bored with would have been if he liked golf. He liked bowling. I liked watching bowling. Earl Anthony, probably way before your time. But a little bit of inside baseball. We put up, what did we put as the goal? $25,000?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the external goal. Here's the one thing people don't realize. Because of our history with the fans, our history with retailers, that $25,000 isn't the real goal.
Right.
Our when you factor in all the costs, the fees, not the cost of digitizing, remastering, the cost of editing, the cost of producing, plus all the Kickstarter fees. And then also you'll get 5 to 10% of the people who back it whose credit cards don't go through.
Right.
Our real break even is closer to the $300,000 mark. But much like in the comics market, if we solicit a book, we have a responsibility to the retailers and fans to put it out. Even when we do a Kickstarter, we're putting the books out. The reason why we do such a low threshold is because the worst thing that could ever happen, it doesn't matter if it's Darkwing Duck or anything, the worst thing that could ever happen is if we put a high goal and then we miss it. Let's pretend we have a Kickstarter that we need, I'll use round numbers, $100,000 for. We'll put our goal at $10,000 because we're putting out those comics or that statue or those action figures regardless.
Right.
So for us, we can underwrite it. It just makes it, this helps us just get it out there more, grow the audience. Also, the amazing thing about Kickstarter is that there's a discovery section in Kickstarter where hundreds of thousands of people go there every day to look for projects to back. And we convert some of those people into comic fans who didn't even know these were comics. And then we'll get them to go to their local comic store, and we'll support them that way. So
that is absolutely awesome. I mean, just I'm a big believer. Something we've talked about tons of times on this show is that we want more people reading comic books, and that's one of the ways. I mean, some people just remember the cartoon and they're getting into it for the first time, or there we go. That's perfect.
Well, we live in a world where I don't think nostalgia is ever going to go away again. And the reason why I say that is because I truly think once cable TV and VHS and cable TV came onto the picture, where you're not, you didn't have 6 main channels and 6 UFH channels. If you guys even know what UFH is, plus you guys saw Days of Future Past, right?
Yeah.
Where the Beast says to Wolverine, we get all 6 channels plus PBS.
Right.
That's what I grew up on, 6 channels plus PBS. But, there was a time Harlan Ellison always used to say, there are crazy Star Trek fans. They move to cities where Star Trek is in syndication just to keep watching Star Trek. Again, before VHS, before DVDs. But ever since that happened, everything we grew up on will be somewhere. It will be somewhere. There will be a channel that will show something. So I think nostalgia will always be here. And the ability to give it to the fans and hopefully grow the fan base is just a wonderful thing. You guys can cut me off now. I talk too much.
No, it's important.
Well, good information, Mike.
Yeah, and a lot of people are chiming in with a few questions here. Are you willing to entertain a couple questions?
I'm willing to entertain any question. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the fans.
So, this I guess is a little bit more of a comment, but it's kind of a question too. And I think this is going to speak to a larger point here, which there's a lot of excitement for these properties. People are wondering, like the specific question is about Dexter's Laboratory. Please tell me that Dexter's Laboratory is in talks. A question for Nick, but at the same time, I think along the lines of the spirit of that question, people want to know, if we can make this campaign successful, is there any hopes that we might see other properties come to us this way as well?
I think what's going to happen is it's going to be, for lack of a better word, picking our battles. Mm-hmm. We can put out only so many comics with the team we have. We have to make sure they're the best comics they can be. And we can only do so many Kickstarters because they're a lot of work. I have 5 people that work exclusively on Kickstarters. They are, and when I was saying that 300,000 number, those people have to get paid. Their health insurance has to get taken care of. It's a function of the business. But again, that's, we're starting to get too much inside baseball. But when it comes to the properties, it's going to be picking our battles. Not everything can be a Kickstarter. So it's got to be something special where we can either expedite something for the fans and retailers, or we can enhance it because of it. The one good thing I could say is, to date, knock wood, it's Kickstarters are a fundamental part of fandom. And that's the one thing we can't lose sight of. Kickstarter actually is a marketing platform now because you are reaching all these people. There are many Gargoyles and Darkwing Duck fans that have never been to a comic store that we are converting to be comic collectors now. There are so many Darkwing Duck and Gargoyles fans that didn't even know there were comics. We're getting those comments on a regular basis. Now, look, when I say that, if we have 6,000 pledges, if 300 people, 5% are saying we didn't know this was a comic, where can we get this on a regular basis? Or we say to them, well, this is all the old material. We have new material that you can pick up at your comic store. And we start telling them about Gargoyles 1 through 12, which is the equivalent of season 3 or 4. I forget which one it is for Greg. When we tell them about Dark Ages and Quest and everything else, and they start to convert to comic collectors, That's where we've done our job when we grow the industry. Look, the reality of the situation is, and I've said this a million times before, I've been selling comics since I was 12 or 13 years old. I started off as a weekend warrior. And I think you know this, Bronze. I mean, I started collecting when I was collecting at Fat Jack's Comic Crypt. Mike at Fat Jack's sold to me wholesale when I was 13 years old to help me sell at conventions. I mean, that's where I started. So I have no plans to do anything else for the rest of my life. This is it. You know, there is no plan B. I had a plan B when I was in college, my first 2 years of college, where I got tired of waking up at 5 a.m. every Saturday and Sunday to do conventions. And I did very well. I sold copiers and fax machines one year. You guys who are not dinosaurs, you can look up what copiers and fax machines are, because now it's just scanning and emailing. And I sold real estate one year, and during the summer, both times during the summer, and I did very well, but I missed comics. So I really don't have a plan B. So everything I do is to grow the audience and grow the comics market.
Oh, you're actually being pitched right now. Comic Trope says that he wants to open a ramen shop in Japan with you.
If Chris wants to do that, I'll underwrite that. I will underwrite that with Chris.
That would definitely be a unique business opportunity. Absolutely. That'd be fun.
Only one thing, and I think Chris will be okay with this. Chris, you got to run it day to day. I can't be flying back and forth.
That makes sense. I think that's pretty fair in that scenario.
You want a quick digression based on that? And I'm full of digressions. So Dynamic Forces, the parent company of Dynamite Entertainment, and this year is our 20th anniversary. Our background was TV shopping and collectibles, trading cards, statues, action figures, phone cards at one point, lithographs, giclées, plates. All of the whole history was collectibles. And we were doing shows, QVC, Home Shopping Network, QVC UK, Germany, Italy, the Shopping Channel in Canada. And I'd be flying all over the world. At one point, my passport was filled, all stamped. Do you know what they do if your passport isn't expired and it's all stamped? What happens?
No.
I thought they gave you a new passport, right? They don't. They sew more pages in.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. I am not a seasoned international traveler, so that's surprising to me. I figured they would deport you or something.
Well, let's just say, thank God I realized that I had one stamp left on the. I had 2 stamps or 3 stamps on my last trip, and when I came back, I was like, well, I'm only going one way if I use this last one.
That's awesome.
I'm not willing to go to Japan. Chris, you have to run it. I will underwrite it. You run it. I would love to say I went to Japan one day. Not going to happen in this lifetime.
See, folks, this is why business is hard. You know, just like that, it's broken.
I'm sorry, you guys talked at the same time. What?
Good.
Oh, he said you guys have to cook side by side. That's the deal breaker. So.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, Chris.
Yep, Chris, you had your chance, but you stuck to your guns. I appreciate that. I did have one question come through that I think is a very fascinating question about the process and how this works on the back end. And, you know, somebody in your position, I think people often wonder how some of this stuff works. The question was, does Nick entertain all the pitches for new titles himself? I think that's a fascinating question.
Yes and no. I'll say yes and no. One of the things in life to fully understand, and it is something that can be hard to accept, is sometimes the best decision is to let somebody else make a decision.
Right.
So I'll give you a couple of examples. When we got the license for Bob's Burgers, I had never watched the show, but somebody internally pitched it. 2 other people loved the idea, so we put in an offer. I just didn't know it. So my answer was, if you guys have faith in it, let's try it. And you know what? We got so lucky there because Lauren and his team actually made it all canon, and they wrote and drew the comics themselves, and they were such fantastic partners. I mean, I could not have imagined how lucky we got with that. I mean, that was, that was that. And sometimes the hardest thing is to say no. You want to hear the two craziest? We turned down the Lone Ranger twice, and finally went after it once we thought we had a take. So okay. I will tell you, the first time we turned it down. I'm not going to tell you the second time because the second time was really dumb. So the first pitch they gave us was when I don't remember who had it. Might have been Sony. I don't know who had the rights, but they were like, okay, this is what we're going to do with the Lone Ranger to make it more relevant. Have you seen Unforgiven? Yeah, I've seen Unforgiven. Great movie. Yeah. Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman, Morgan Freeman. Are you kidding me? That's a rockin' movie. All right, so here's where it goes. The Rangers are chasing Cavendish's gang. They chase them into a ravine. They're picking them off one by one. As Cavendish's gang is shooting back at them, they can't figure out why Cavendish's gang doesn't throw in the towel, why they don't give up. The sun goes down. I went, oh shit. The moon comes up, and Cavendish's gang turn into werewolves, and that's why Dan Reed needs silver bullets. I was like, I'm sorry, that's Buffy in the West. That's not the Lone Ranger.
Right.
The second time was even worse, and the person who had to tell me was a friend, not their idea, from another studio who had the license, and we did a hard pass. We took the license because I'm a huge Warren Ellis, John Cassaday fan. Planetary, one of the best books that's ever been out there. Hands down.
One of my favorites. Yes.
Absolutely. Remember the Ballad of William Leather?
Do you, Bigby? Yeah, you do? Okay.
That was basically the Lone Ranger, where Cavendish's gang killed the Rangers and killed people for the silver. And that's where William Leather melted the silver into bullets and put poison on each one so that even if he didn't shoot you with a fatal shot, you would die from the poison. And he says, as he's riding the horse, they wanted the silver. I'm going to give them the silver. I read that and I was like, oh my God. The other, not fudge, the other F word, fudge, we got to go get this. And I called up John Cassaday and I said, John, I'm going after this license because of this story. Do you want to be involved? And he agreed to be cover artist. And I flew to a convention with Warren Ellis and asked him if he wanted to write the series. And he said he was too busy and not inclined to. And then we went to go get the license, and I told the rights holder, we want to do the Lone Ranger and make it a real story, and they went for it.
Nice.
Because the movie people were totally out. The deal had fallen through, and believe it or not, once our comic came out, people wanted to do the movie again based on our comic. And look, even there, I didn't know who to hire. And Joe, our executive editor, is in our office, and he goes, well, what about Brett Matthews? I'm like, I don't know who Brett Matthews is. He's like, oh, he worked on Firefly with Joss Whedon. Come on, wagons in the sky, wagons on earth. I was like, if you think that's the right person. So I emailed Cassaday, and I'm like, hey, man, Joe just pitched Brett Matthews. Do you know his work? I shit you not. I get an email back from John. You won't believe this. I'm flying to LA tomorrow. I'm staying over Brett's house for a week. I'll pitch Brett.
Nice.
Can you believe that?
Cool.
I mean, can you believe that? That is insane.
There you go.
How the heck does that come together? So, you know, the heart, I grew up on the Lone Ranger. I grew up on Batman. I grew up on, you know, Ultraman, Johnny Sacco. The hard part is saying no to the things that you grew up on that you'd like to see if it can't be done right. You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. We did have one person interested in the Lone Wolf Ranger, but I definitely understand where that might have been a controversial move.
That would have that it wasn't even a controversial move. It was just stupid.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously. I mean, there was nothing controversial about it. It just wasn't the Lone Ranger.
right. I mean, that's what I'm saying is you would take that concept and great, make it something original and new.
Yeah. I mean, basically, they wanted the movie pitch. The movie studio wanted a comic out there to show that it could work, and it's like, yeah, I want to do the Lone Ranger. If I wanted to do something else, I would do it, you know, without this. You know, I mean, it's like, so do I approve everything ultimately? Yes, I approve everything ultimately. Look, I will be happy to say that one of the biggest mistakes that I made, emphasis, I made this mistake. We were doing Battlestar Galactica, and when Star Trek was available to go after, we didn't put an aggressive enough proposal together because I felt we've got Battlestar Galactica. I don't know how much Star Trek we can put out. And this is, you know, the Ron Moore Star Trek time and everything. And
Battlestar,
I don't, huh?
You mean Ron Moore Battlestar? Because
Ron Moore Battlestar. We had classic and new Battlestar. So I'm sitting there going, we've got plenty of sci-fi. Should we do this? And trust me, it's one of my biggest regrets because I made a more conservative proposal than I should have. I'm not saying 100% if I made a more aggressive proposal that we would have gotten it.
Right.
I don't see that other dimension, that parallel Earth where Dynamite made a more aggressive Star Trek proposal if they got it. But what I will say is that was my mistake to not go aggressive enough.
That is interesting too, though, because I mean, there also has to be like almost a concern about, I would think, or at least consideration of we're doing this, space sci-fi series. Does it almost kind of dilute the pool a little bit if we bring in this other, classic space sci-fi genre too? You have to kind of make that consideration as well.
You do. That was less of the consideration. More of the consideration was we have something hotter. We should put our energies into this. And I should have figured out a way to make it work. I mean, again, we might have put in a more aggressive proposal and it'd still not work. By the way, I hope everybody knows I cannot read anybody's comments. So just because by the time it's on my other computer, the comment's gone. So
I'm definitely trying to squeeze in all the ones I can that I think we'll have time for before we probably need to let you go, because I know your time is very valuable. But there's actually one that came through that I think is a great question. Somebody with, The Boys is obviously back on the air right now, so there's a lot of talk and it's very popular. Somebody was curious if The Boys is the most profitable book for Dynamite.
That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever thought about it like that. I don't know that it is. I really don't know that it is. I guess you could say, is it the most profitable in a lot of different ways? Is it the one that's generated the most revenue? I don't even know if it's the one that's generated the most revenue, but there's a really fair revenue share with the creators. So what I will say is that I think I can comfortably say everybody's happy with it.
Yeah, I think I think that's definitely a good way to put it, because I think that's a very popular adaptation, and it's probably had a very good success for the book as well on the publishing side.
Well, keep in mind that as far as graphic novels, The Boys, even before the TV series, sold tens of thousands, if not multiple tens of thousands, like high tens of thousands. of graphic novels a year without the TV series. It was just, it's a perennial for us. And then look, and we'll do something like the $100 omnibuses. Those are not very profitable, but we did that for the fans. You know, there were fans who wanted the $100 oversized omnibus, and we were able to do 3 of them. You know, I think anybody else might have made those omnibuses at $125 to $150. We kept them at $100 each. So there are things we may do with the boys that will be less profitable for us, but better for the fans. We make the most money. I will say this. We make the most money on the 13 graphic novels, the way we release them initially, every story arc. When we do the omnibus, where we condense it to 2 graphic novels per omnibus, we make less money than selling the individuals, because instead of having a couple of graphic novels that combined are $40 to $45 or $50 to the fans, now we have them combined into a $30 omnibus. So instead of having 12 graphic novels, and by the way, we always kept the first graphic novel in the $14.99 to $16, I think $16.99. We may have gone to $17.99, but we've always kept the first one at the lowest price point just to make it easier to grab readers. But even there, I mean, if you put the first 2 together, it's more profitable for us to sell the 2 individuals than it is the omnibus. And then the omnibuses are more profitable than the hardcover omnibuses. But again, there are things that you do it for the fans, you do it for the retailers. You know, the omnibuses, the $30 ones are easier for the retailers to sell. I've always been a believer that the less graphic novels you have, the easier it is to sell when you have a movie or TV series. Like one, it sold, you know, with the exception of Walking Dead. I mean, Walking Dead, like that was as many different variations as you can make of those graphic novels, they sold. But like, you know, like DC was always good when a movie came out and saying, like with Dark Knight, these are the 8 graphic novels you should buy if you like the Dark Knight movie. But like Hellboy, when the first movie came out, they had 7 graphic novels. Sin City had 6 or 8 graphic novels. So less is easier for the retailers to sell, because you're making it easier for the consumer to make a commitment.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, look, it's all variable, and, you know, and look, we get to make decisions like this, including making the omnibuses $100 each instead of $125 or $150, because, you know, I mean, maybe I'm the dumbest publisher in the world, but outside of the Image independently owned books, I'm the last major publisher that's not owned by a larger company.
Well, and I mean, just to reiterate the point that let alone the, you know, all the work that you guys are doing on so many awesome titles that you've been doing for a while now, but bringing back and working with all these storied franchises, like we were talking about Darkwing Duck earlier, like we were talking about with Gargoyles, you know, Space Ghost coming back, all these different titles that are coming back now. There's been a lot of interest in a lot of these titles. There's clearly a huge demand for it. And you have a track record at Dynamite of handling these licensed franchises in a way that we rarely get to see. We're seeing a little bit more of it. I think that, you know, because of the popularity and possibly because of the success of what you've done at Dynamite. But I think you guys have done an amazing job, and it really shows with the passion that people have for these projects, and you know, just the art that you're able to bring to it, the writers you're able to bring to it, the original creators coming back in a lot of cases. It means a lot to fans. So I think the work is definitely appreciated out there.
Look, I've got a great team, and like I said, the biggest decision I make sometimes is listening to what everybody else has to say. I did not grow up on Gargoyles, and when Nate came to me and said, the only person I want to approach is Greg Weisman, and forgive me, but I didn't know who he was, so I looked it up, and he was the creator. Let me rephrase. I didn't know who he was. Nate told me who he was. I did a little bit of research myself, but I said, go ahead. If that's the writer you want, that's the writer you get. When we launched Thundercats, he said, first person I want to approach is Declan Shalvey. And, Declan worked out really well. Joe Ryban, when we were doing the Shadow, said I think Garth Ennis would write a great Shadow. We approached Garth, worked out wonderfully. And look, there are mistakes. I mean, look, listen, we all have mistakes. Nobody nobody likes to talk about it. I mean, I'm freely telling you that Star Trek is probably one of the biggest mistakes I ever made, with, again, saying that there's no guarantee if we were more aggressive, we would have gotten it. Yeah. But I would feel better about not getting it. We went really aggressively after G.I. Joe and Transformers. Matter of fact, I've mentioned this before. I'm pretty positive that the only reason why we got the Transformers trading card license, we were told by the person who was in charge of publishing at Hasbro that we had the second best offer. And that if the deal we didn't know it was Skybound, though we guessed it was Skybound, that if the deal fell apart with the other party, they would come back to us. And when the Energon universe started and Skybound was having so much success with it, I emailed Hasbro and congratulated them. And I said, as much as I know we would have done a great job on this, I think Skybound did a better job than we would. We might have thought of Daniel Warren Johnson for covers. I'm not saying we wouldn't have, but I don't think we would have thought of him to write the comic and draw it. And they came back to us and said, in the history of Hasbro, no one has ever complimented their competitor for doing a better job. Is there anything we can do together? And I said, how about Transformers and G.I. Joe trading cards? And they said, well, why don't we just do Transformers because it's the 40th anniversary. It's a more robust program for us. So, I think that, like I said, for me, I was happier that retailers did better with Skybound because it meant more money in their pocket, which allows them to take more risk. Look, I've talked about things that hadn't worked out. I do think that Dynamite and Marvel are two of the publishers that started turning the industry around this year. I think Thundercats, retailers and fans ordering 200,000 copies by the time we got to the second and third print made retailers feel better about everything. I think Marvel having Ultimate Spider-Man with Jonathan Hickman and Ultimate Black Panther and so much more going on, and I think, and trust me, Jason Aaron and IDW and Joel Jones get all the credit for making the new Turtles launch successful. They absolutely get all the credit. I just think that our having had success can breed success if everything is good. And I'm optimistic that Thundercats allowed Space Ghost to sell twice as much as it's ever sold outside of the Gold Key issue. Was it Gold Key? Dell 4-color? I don't know. Outside of that, when they sold hundreds of thousands of copies, Space Ghost sold the best with us, twice as good as anybody else. And that was all because of Thundercats and a good creative team. And I'm optimistic that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is going to make it easier for retailers to back other projects because the success is there. There's a confidence rebuilding. I did that ICV2 interview, and I'm excited. Scott Snyder and Mark Waid at DC is fantastic. There's Todd McFarlane reinvigorating Spawn the last 5 years. Out of this world. Top Cow coming back with Witchblade and Darkness. It's exciting. The comics, everybody keeps focusing on the negative. We got to focus on the positive. I mean, look, I'm not saying be idealistic and foolish. That's just dumb. But I'm saying that we need to look at the things that are working, because if we can do that, we can continue to do that. You learn from your mistakes and you grow on what's working.
Definitely. I just want to take, because I know we won't have you for too much longer. There are some fantastic questions that have come through. I want to get a chance to ask a couple of them. But first, I got to mention that you are getting offered to be paid to let somebody work for you. Comic Tropes is saying, if you ever need an artist for your G.I. Joe card, I will pay you to do it. Mega G.I. Joe fan. And I, by the way, I would just like to echo that I would love to see a G.I. Joe trading card series from Dynamite. I think that would be fantastic. Love the original trading cards for G.I. Joe. The Transformers stuff is awesome. So that would be cool. I
would love that. But as I mentioned, right now, Hasbro is we only have Transformers, all cards on the table. They've had a shift in people, as you guys know. They let go of 1,100 people back in November, December. So the contact that I had is no longer there. I have a good relationship with the people that are there now, but they, sometimes it's also, they have different priorities now. They have less people there and they have to focus on what they have to focus on. I would love to have G.I. Joes. I said to you guys, I asked for both. So if it ever happens, that'll be great.
No, and I think Chris is mostly just making sure he gets in there nice and early in case it happens. But and I don't blame him. That would be fantastic. This is kind of along the same lines, and I think it would probably answer a lot of people's questions. So I think it's a great question from Comic Journey. How can someone get in touch with Nick in regards to being considered for work for Dynamite Comics, cards, or any other art products they create? I know there's a lot of community artists that are in the chat right now. A lot of people out there are curious, do you guys take solicitations for that kind of stuff? Do you review portfolios? How does that work, or does that work in that way at all?
So if it's a general, I'd like to write for Dynamite. By the way, did everybody hit the thumbs up yet? Hey guys, hit that thumbs up. Help Chris's algorithm. It's important.
And don't forget #Darkwing so we can give you a giveaway at the end of the show too, everybody in chat.
So if you're pitching a comic story, if you're pitching to draw sequential comics, go to dynamite.com under editorial. There's a submission form. I will say we get a lot of these, so there's a chance that if there's nothing available at that time, you may not hear back. But what I'll say is that's the best way if you're looking for that kind of creative. If you're looking to do something less intensive, like trading cards, look, there's a submission form because a lot of people have ideas and they want to send them through, but legally we can't look at them without a submission form because we get a lot of ideas and there are a lot of similar ideas. And, some people don't understand that. It's I'll give you a great example. We were going to do a book called Superior at one point, and another creator emailed us to do a book called Superior out of the blue. And I thought that there was a submission form added to the attachment because I had said it. I opened up the email and it was a pitch for a Superior book. You can imagine there's only so many ways you can write a book called Superior, right? It's the ultimate superhero. So we explained that we had it in the works. We got accused of wanting to steal his idea. We showed our internal emails that went back 8 months. He threatened to sue if we did anything. We decided that it wasn't worth it. A year later, Mark Millar launched his own Superior. So, the reality is that there are a lot of ideas. Some of them can be similar, and it's better that fans, creators know up front that if you're pitching something, there may be similar ideas, I mean, it's kind of, the old Hollywood thing. Why is there always 2 earthquake movies in a year from 2 different studios? There's something in the air, I mean, it just is what it is. So, something like that where we thought we had a good idea. We were kind of confident in our idea, but it's like, okay, we can put out this book Superior and run the risk of getting sued, or we could just move on. And unfortunately, we moved on, and and it ended up benefiting. Listen, Mark would have just called it something else. I mean, he's a very smart person, one of the most brilliant writers, who's also a great marketing person. So, but yeah. So anyway, what was your initial question? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's the same reason that you don't want to go tweeting at writers ideas for their stories and things like that, because it gets them into trouble if they are reading fanfic or that kind of stuff, and something similar was already being worked on, or something happens to have a similarity that person then thinks is their idea. It's a good idea just to let them do their magic.
No, look, I mean, listen, the funny thing is without naming the book, there was a book that we did that we launched, and when we announced the license, we were working with the creative, and we had a marketing hook to it. And someone who had pursued the license with the same rights holder had pitched the same similar marketing hook, but it was a marketing hook that had happened 40 years before that. Okay. And he threatened to sue us, and we were well into it. That wasn't like Superior, where it was, we had an overview. I mean, look, we could have changed the name of Superior as well, but it just felt like, even if we change what we're doing, this guy's crazy. What's the point? Friend of a friend, and then that friend all of a sudden doesn't want to be a part of it. But we ended up, we had signed. What we did was we got our lawyer involved, because we were really far into it at this point, and we told them that they should get their lawyer involved. We would sign mutual NDAs. We would show how we had this internally done well before he even approached the rights holder. And this way I said, look, we're going to spend 10 to 15,000 on legal. Up to you if you want to spend 10 to 15,000 on legal, but I've got the internal and external emails with our creators and with the rights holders that show that this was in play long before you pitched the rights holder. The rights holder is a straight shooter. He did not take your idea and bring it to us. We were working on this license for many months before we even announced it. So, I mean, look, it's the world we live in. So that was the longest way of saying, please use the submission form.
And a very quick follow-up to that, CJ had, which is a great follow-up. It's a really important one. Would you prefer, if people do use a submission form and eventually end up submitting artwork to you, would you prefer its original IP or IP that is owned by Dynamite? Does that make a difference?
If it's artwork, draw what you want to draw, and I say this in the kindest way, make sure it's sequential with panels and not a lot of splash pages. I can't remember if it was Mark Grunwald or Ralph Macchio. His whole thing was, in 4 pages, tell me how Captain America's at the grocery store, somebody pulls a gun, and what happens, and you need to show me beginning to end in 4 pages.
Wow.
Let me see that you can do. And I'm not saying anybody can't. I'm just saying, we need to see sequential pages. A lot of people just, they like the impact. They like to show the splash page. And it's like, well, that's like showing that you're drawing a cover, Yeah. And we encourage a creator to think that way, because even if we don't end up having a slot, if you think that way, it'll make it easier for you to get a position somewhere. Because if we're looking for sequential, everybody else is as well, because they want to see that you can do beyond the splash, beyond the, Neil Adams in your face,
Absolutely.
Telling a story is difficult and making it understandable because it's a lot harder than just drawing a cover or a splash.
That's why it has to be done in 4 pages.
Yeah.
Right.
This is actually a great question because it goes back to the reason why Nick is here tonight. Great question from Figure Drawing. Do you own any Darkwing Duck original art, Nick?
I do.
Ooh. In fact, there's actually, by the way, there is a some mention of some. There's a Jay Lee original art opportunity in this Kickstarter as well, right?
Yep, there are commissions by Jay.
There we go. There we go. So there's lots of good opportunities in there. Jay Lee, one of my favorite artists. So definitely had to mention that. And there, there's going to be some opportunities. I know that Nick does an amazing original art show over on the EXP channel. As we lost him, apparently he didn't want to talk about that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm sure he
He'll
just
be
dropped
back.
out. Yeah, we've had technical
We're
issues.
having that thing going on tonight. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm sure he'll be back. We've been having technical issues on the back end. I'm just playing around. Hey, let us and yeah, hey to everybody in chat. Nick was giving us lots of great information, and didn't want anybody in chat to feel like they were getting ignored. I was trying to highlight your comments. But
so many great people jumping into the show tonight too. I mean, thank you all for being here.
Absolutely. I've been so many names that I recognize in chat as well, and so I just want to say I love having all of you in here. I really appreciate it. Okay, I think he's back. I'm going to bring him back in, and we'll make sure we got him. Hey, Nick, welcome back.
Hey, sorry, I was like, you know what? Let me not be rude. Let me try and read the chat, and I hit exit by mistake.
Oh, fair enough. Yep,
that's on me. I'm sorry, guys. What did I miss?
Not too much. We were just covering while you were possibly coming back, and hey, you made it, so we love it. So yeah, I do know it is getting late on the East Coast. And before maybe another question will come through that we just have to ask, and we'll keep our eyes on the chat for that. In the meantime, though, I just wanted to give you.
There was one question that I did see, and I think it was also Comic Journey, where he said, "Comic Journey, you had said something like, will there ever be a time that Dynamite doesn't need Kickstarter?"
At what point do you think Dynamite will be large enough to not rely on crowdfunding? Was the question.
I don't want to say this in a way to diminish anything. What I will say is we don't rely on crowdfunding in the typical way people think. And what I mean by that, and I think I covered that earlier, is when we the Gargoyles graphic novels, they could have come out, no crowdfunding, would have been one a year for 3 years, and that's a fine way of doing it. But with the crowdfunding, we were able to expedite that. So with Darkwing Duck, the same thing. The other thing that I want to be clear on is the crowdfunding is a great way to market to an audience that does not know that either comic shops still exist, that comic books still exist, or that the properties they love are comic books, or that this is something they would like to try. It's really beneficial on a lot of levels. It's creating books or statues or anything else that fans love and making it easier and quicker for everyone. And like I said, even the retailers benefit, because those 3 graphic novels coming out sooner benefits retailers. Fans, retailers, publisher, creators, IP holders. Everybody comes out ahead.
When I first met my wife, she asked me what I did for a living, and at the time I owned 2 comic shops for 25 plus years. So I said, I own a comic shop. She said, that's not a real thing. That's the thing on The Simpsons.
That's a thing on the what?
On The Simpsons.
Oh, The Simpsons. Oh my God.
No, she thought I owned like an adult bookstore or something. She didn't really believe it was a comic shop.
Yeah, I think people forget, kind of to Bigby's point, mixed with what Nick just said, people forget that Kickstarter is a platform as well as just a route to go for crowdsourcing. When I say Kickstarter, you can include a lot of other crowdsourcing sites in that as well. This one happens to be on Kickstarter, so I'll use it as an example. It is a way to, through an algorithm, through a way that things are suggested to other buyers and other supporters and backers of other Kickstarter campaigns, to recommend stuff to them. So and it's become a very popular destination for a lot of successful comic book Kickstarters. Look at the stuff that a lot of other companies have been doing on there, as well as what Dynamite and Dynamic Forces have done on there. So there's a lot of different reasons to be there, just in addition to what you mentioned, because it's going to get the word out in a new area and a new platform, and it's obviously a big marketplace for comic books at this point. So it's hard to ignore.
Well, I'm going to look up something while we're talking, just because I think it's important and germane to this conversation. Do you guys know Come On Games?
It doesn't ring a bell for me.
Yeah.
All right, so there's this gaming company called Come On. They're really huge. They do Kickstarters that take in millions of dollars. So here's the, they did Marvel United Multiverse recently.
Oh, okay.
But that's not the part that's important to this conversation. The part that's important is they've done some of these Kickstarters. It's the Marvel Zombies one. I got to find the Marvel Zombies one. Because the company who did it with them and who distributes them, name a toy company, name a couple of toy companies. Not Hasbro,
McFarlane,
they're out of Toronto. They're out of Toronto. They're a $2 billion a year toy company. What the heck is their name?
There's Spin Master, Jazzware.
Spin Master, $2 billion a year company. They do Kickstarters.
Yeah.
With Come On. It's thinking of it differently. And understand one thing. As I said, I got 5 people that work on Kickstarters. That's what their job is. And because here's the thing. You have to respect the Kickstarter fans. You have to appreciate the Kickstarter fans. You have to take care of the Kickstarter fans. Now, the Kickstarter fans are very, very vocal, and they're a part of anything you're doing, and they deserve to be, because whether they pledge $30 or $300, everyone deserves the same amount of respect, just like in the comics market. Doesn't matter if you buy a $4.99 book or a $50 limited edition, a $19.99 trade paperback, or a $75 deluxe. Every fan needs to be respected. Same thing with Kickstarter. There is this impression that Kickstarters are easy money. They are the polar opposite of easy money, because a Kickstarter may be done now. The Gargoyles Kickstarter was completed in early February, and it was supposed to ship in July, but because there were things we were still tweaking, it's now shipping in September. There is a lot of communication and customer service that has to happen between then and when we ship. So there's this, I don't want to say illusion may be too strong of a word, but it may also be the right word. There's this illusion that Kickstarter is just free money. It's not. You got to work it. You got to respect everybody. You got to make it work. We're coordinating with rights holders all the time. We're coordinating with influencers. I know you don't like that term, but influencer sounds better than outlets,
It's just a label, I think, that has connotations, but I think it's also, if people take the word literally, it doesn't necessarily mean anything wrong. It's just, you can be influenced in positive and negative ways, right?
Exactly. And hopefully it's more positive than negative. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm going to circle back to what I said initially, which is, or at one point, maybe not initially. This has been, I'm sorry that I've kept you on longer than I should have.
No, I'm really happy that we got to get into some of the business side of things, and some of the questions I would have loved to have asked you I may have already known some of the answers, but still, it's great to ask you those questions, get a chance for people to ask you some questions about some of the business side of stuff, because we don't often get to peel behind the curtain in that way and find out some of this information. So I think it's great.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, there's everything good with being transparent with the fans. You know, you know, you don't want to burden your fans with problems, but you want to be real with them, because they're committing. I mean, look, we have a few pledges that have come in that I think came in from people watching this right now. So, it goes back to respect the audience, respect the community. And,
Absolutely.
all I can do is do the best we can. And if it's not good enough, try and do better.
Well, and one thing I definitely want to make sure to do, because I've been mostly fielding the questions from the chat, because I know you were having a hard time seeing and all that stuff, all that kind of stuff. And I asked you a few of my questions. Bigby, I want to make sure I give you a chance to, before we might have a connection issue or anything like that, I want to make sure we give you a chance. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask Nick tonight that you haven't had a chance to get in there?
I've been making notes. Notes. I want to say a couple of things. So I didn't want to, there's been so much great conversation. I didn't want to interrupt, but I want to say, it was very classy of you to compliment Skybound, and obviously it paid off. So congrats on that. And then also,
listen, it was the truth. And, I think I can say that the selfish reason for me saying that was that retailers and fans benefited. And that was, you know what? Let me say something else. Let me take it a step back, actually, now that I think about it, because I said that Dynamite and Marvel made it a little bit easier. Skybound made it easier for us because of the success they had. So, you know what? If you peel it back, Skybound allowed the retailers to feel better, to order, more Thundercats, more Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate Black Panther. The success was building. So I appreciate the kind words, but it's the truth. So you can't take away from that.
Yeah, it's the whole a rising tide floats all boats, right? I mean,
yep.
It's gonna make everybody succeed all the more, right?
Yeah, and I never could have anticipated in a million years they would have come back with, let's find something to do together.
Yeah.
That's awesome though. It paid off. And then also, a lot of what you're saying, I think is just awesome. You surround yourself with wise counsel. There's a reason why you pay the people that you have around you, and maybe it's not something that you're familiar with, but they know things that are outside of your wheelhouse. And so it's always a good idea to surround yourself with people who are in a different background than you, or from a different age bracket, or whatever, what have you. So I'm going to say again, congrats for surrounding yourself with wise counsel and being open to listening to them and taking their opinions and their suggestions to heart.
Thank you.
Yeah. And last question, Herculoids? We got Space Ghost. I love the Herculoids. That was my favorite thing from Space Ghost.
Future's unwritten.
Awesome. You know what? I actually, Chris, Comic Tropes, Chris had a question in the chat too that I think he really wants to answer to, because he's mentioned it a couple times here. And I wanted to add something just real fast. He says, how about a Vampirella comic where she's a cowboy without any vampire abilities? And what I was going to say that real fast is, I interviewed Tom Snagowski really recently, and that sounds like it would be an awesome idea for something to take place in the Vampiverse of things, because there's a lot of different possibilities there. But
so let me guess one thing, and instead of silver bullets, they have crossbows with stakes.
There you go.
See, this is why I don't pitch any ideas. All my ideas suck.
No.
Remember one thing about Dynamite. All the good ideas, anybody but me thought of them. All the bad ideas are all my responsibility. As long as we move forward with that, life is good.
I heard a compliment to you guys a little while ago that said that Dynamite waits around for all these great properties for other people to just totally drop the ball, and they come in and they scoop it up and they do it the right way.
I don't think that's true at all. I think while that is some very kind words, I think that is absolutely untrue. I think we all do properties well, and I think we all miss the boat on some properties, and that other people can run with it. I appreciate the kind words. The only thing I'll say, huh?
I did hear it. I did hear that compliment. So
the one thing that I'll say is this: we, maybe to a fault sometimes, if we don't understand the property or feel like we could do a good job, we won't do the property. We have not done money grabs because, let's say there is something hot. If we can't figure out the right talent, the right editorial, the right package, the right way to market it, we would look like a fool getting it, you know? And that's just, it's got to be something we're passionate about. Look, I'll give you a different situation. John Wick, I went to see that movie, and I walked out of that first movie, and my thought was, I got to get the comic rights. No, if you would have did a comic on Taken, probably wouldn't have worked. Maybe, any of those movies would not work. But something about John Wick, when I walked out of that movie, I said, we got to get this right. And it took us over a year. The challenge was that the approvals for each issue was coming in. It was taking about 3 months per book to get approved. So a 5-issue miniseries took a year and a half to get done. We did the best we could, but because comic books were new to the rights holders, because it had to go through not only Lionsgate but through Thunder Road, that the book came out quarterly and it didn't work for retailers. And instead of trying to extend the license, we wanted to extend the license, but with the approvals being the way it was, we left a bad taste in retailer and fans' mouths. So we couldn't have renewed that license because of that. There
Right.
are, so, and that's not the example of what you gave, but getting a license just to get it because it's hot, if we wouldn't know what to do with it, that's the best way to give ourselves a black eye.
Right. Yeah.
And that's, I mean,
No, I would
being
say-
able to exercise that control is still very important.
Warren Buffett, I think, not Warren Buffett. Steve Jobs used to have meetings with his people, and one of the first things he'd ask is, how many things did you say no to today? How many things did you say no to this week? Because that was as important to him as the things they said yes to. Now, I'm no Steve Jobs, so. But it is interesting to keep that in the back of your mind. You can't do everything well.
Yeah,
Right.
Very true. Very true. Well, I did see no new non-Vampirella Western related questions coming through chat, which they're having a field day with. Which I don't blame.
By the way, if anybody wants to pitch a world where it's all vampires and Vampirella's the only human, we already did that one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to make sure I get a chance to remind everybody, and I'll throw up the landing page here for the Kickstarter one more time. This is going on right now. There is still time left. It looks like a few of you may have taken advantage of this. And tonight, which I really appreciate. Those of you watching on the rewind, you still have a few days left. If you're watching this pretty soon after the stream was over, go check it out. There is a link in the description below. So make sure you go follow that, check it out. If you have any interest in amazing artwork, cartoons, if you're a fan of Darkwing Duck, there's a lot of reasons to like this. There's some great rewards. There's some great stretch goals that have been unlocked. And it sounds like we're going to get another one at $300,000. So push for that next stretch goal. And look, it's a fantastic thing. If you're interested to do it, and it great. But make sure you go follow along with all the Dynamite Kickstarters, because you never know when one's going to come up that you are going to be interested in. Maybe it was Gargoyles that was super interesting to you. Maybe it's the next one that this one being really successful might lead to. So Just want to make sure I mention that one more time before we have to say goodbye to Nick.
I want to add one more thing. I mean, you showed you ran down the campaign and showed the photos of all the great creators. Nothing makes a creator happier than knowing people are reading their books. These guys have put their passion into these books. I mean, obviously, Tad Stone's the creator. Amanda Diebert once told the story that she had to explain to her daughter why watching Darkwing Duck episodes were important before she started writing the book, that she needed a refresher course. But she grew up loving it. Roger Langridge, who is probably one of the most underappreciated writers our industry has ever had. The guy is brilliant, and that's a hard word to use. He is absolutely brilliant. And Jeff Parker is just one of the smartest writers in the industry as well. Nothing, outside of backing this and allowing us to get to the stretch goal quicker, because we are going to get to the stretch goal. The thing that makes any creator happy is people reading their books. I can name 2 creators off of the top of my head who are ultra successful that focus on selling people reading their books more than anything else, and that actually leads to their success because they focus their passion on that, and it brings them success. I think Neil Gaiman and Garth Ennis are 2 great examples of people who just want more readers, and the success follows because of their passion.
Yeah.
And, it'd be great to share that love by either supporting this Kickstarter or maybe picking up the books at your local retailer. It's just a great thing all around. I see a super chat, so that one we have to answer.
Yeah, well, and actually, it looks like it's more kind words for Dynamite. My top 3 favorite publishers that are currently active are Dynamite Comics, Drawn, and Quarterly and Fantagraphics. Nick, you do great books. That's coming.
Thank you, Michael. That's really appreciated. That's very kind of you.
Absolutely. By the way, Michael, that does mean you're in the super chat drawing for the super chat prize package tonight. You got 5 entries into that. So, hey, awesome. We appreciate that as well. We appreciate the support. I think that, everybody out there, just want to really remind you that to go check this out, bookmark it. If you can't back it today, maybe you got to wait for payday, get your finances in order. Go check it out. I think it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah, I'll drop the link one more time. That's a good point. It's been a while. We've had a lot of great active chat since then. So there it is. And like I said, it is in the description below too, if you want to check that out. We did have one more question come through. So this might be the final one of the night from the chat here. Does Nick have a favorite funny animal comic? That's from Comic Tropes.
Favorite funny animal comic. Is it a funny animal comic or a funny animal character?
I think animal character in a comic is kind of the question, probably, but
let's give Chris 15 seconds to elaborate.
Yeah, let's do that. In the meantime, anything you want to let people know about the Kickstarter campaign that we haven't covered yet?
No, I want to give everybody my eternal gratitude if you're supporting this. And if you can't, no worries. But even if you can't support it, but you think it's cool, share it on your social medias, let people know about it. Every little thing helps. I mean, again, my goal is to make sure this gets into as many hands as possible. And even if you're someone who doesn't bank the campaign because, you don't need the stretch goals or any of the freebies, you just want to get the book when it's ready, support your local retailer if you can. I'm going to give a very biased answer here. Okay. Terror in the Boys.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very biased answer, but I got to tell you, if you read the comic The Boys, Terror is awesome.
No, I like it. I like a very for the brand answer, but it's a good answer.
Well, look, I mean, I grew up on Scooby-Doo. I grew up on a lot of the Looney Tunes, but if I'm going to let's just say that Garth is such a brilliant writer, he can put character into a dog that doesn't speak.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right.
Awesome.
So,
well,
thank you guys.
Nick, thanks so
I
much
have
for
a
coming
quick
on. It was great to
question.
get a
I have
chance to
quick
talk to you.
question for you.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
So my quick question was, do you have a retailer tier for the Kickstarter?
We don't. We don't have a retailer tier because we found a couple of things. One, it can get confusing for the fans. Two, to make a retailer tier viable, it becomes multiple units to the retailer. And when you have 3 volumes, it actually frustrates a retailer because then it becomes, wait a minute, I have to buy 3 of all 3 to get this at wholesale. It's far simpler and easier for the retailers to order it through Diamond when we're offering it in the comics market. And I guess to a small degree, and this is something I hadn't thought of, but it's hitting me now. To a small degree, the Kickstarter is for the fans first. So by having a retailer level, that may take away from it. Again, that's something that's hitting me now, something I hadn't thought of before now. But the first 2 reasons are the main one. Like I said to you before, here's the thing. We get a lot of people who back the Kickstarters that didn't know there were comics, didn't know there were comic stores, and maybe like your girlfriend, wife, think that that's just something in The Simpsons. And if we start putting a retailer level where they're at wholesale, we've had people asking, how do I get it cheaper? I want to buy more. Can I get it cheaper? Well, you need a resale certificate. You need to show us you have a store. Yeah, but then why is it being offered? It creates more problems than it solves.
I will say, K-pop Junkie in chat always has some great comments. She's just bringing up a point. I think it's a good one to bring up. Retailer tier doesn't need to be for an actual retailer. I buy them to do giveaways. It's far easier for a non-retailer to buy more than one on Kickstarter that way. So that there are some different options out there to kind of let you know that the demand is out there from people. Just food for thought. But
well, K-pop Junk. I mean, I'll say this, and I think Bronze and Chris can attest to this. If you're, I need an answer to give my full answer, but K-pop Junk, how would you give them away? You're not a retailer. Forgive my naivety. What do you do, and what would you do with them? Like, what's your platform? Are you also a YouTuber? Yeah,
she's a YouTuber that does an enormous amount of work with Kickstarters and highlighting indie creators. They're doing Kickstarters. So that is very much in her wheelhouse of what she does on her channel.
Oh, not Junkie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's K-pop Junkie, yes.
Sorry, and I apologize. No disrespect. So I think both Chris's, Bronze Age Nerd and Comic Tropes, can attest to this. First of all, if you back the Kickstarter, you're getting it in 4 months, 6 months, like everybody else. So when do you do the giveaway? Do you do it now and promote the Kickstarter, or do you do it when it ships? So let me know that. But where I'll go with this is, and like I said, both Chris's can attest to this. Just let me know you want giveaways. I was about to say to Bronze, you're 70 subscribers away from 5,000. Let's do a subscriber giveaway. I mean, Bronze, I've sent you stuff to give away, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Nick is a very approachable guy. I definitely recommend reaching out to him if you're interested in doing cross promotions of any kind or trying to get the word out there about anything that has to do with comic books.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. So what I'm saying to you is you don't even have to buy it. You don't even have to pledge. I'm happy to give you something right now to give away instead of you're buying it. Listen, if you want to buy it and give it away later, awesome. But I'm more than up for giving people premiums. Listen, I have one big rule when it comes to supporting. I'll go back to influencers. You have to be a good ambassador for the industry. That's all I care about. I care about good ambassadors for the industry. I don't if you're going to be a positive voice, if you're going to be like Bronze, if you're going to be like Chris at Comic Tropes, if you're going to be like Omar at Near Mint Condition, if you're going to be a positive voice for the industry where you help encourage people to read more, you'll get my full backing, because I want you to grow, because we need more. Simple as that.
And I can personally vouch, K-pop is 100% in that camp. She does some of the best real, interviews with these creators. Some of these Kickstarters and Indiegogos and those types of campaigns that fly under the radar for a lot of people. She's out there promoting them, and as well as larger ones. And so, if you guys need any help getting in touch with each other, let
Chris,
me know.
Do you have her email address?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I'll get you guys in touch.
Do an email intro, and I'll do something a little bit forward. K-pop, let's get this going before the Kickstarter ends next week. Let me know who you want to interview. Do you want to interview Tad, Jeff, Roger, Amanda? I'll beg and plead them to make a little bit of time for you.
There you go. Trust me, they're definitely willing to work with you out there. So if you have those kinds of opportunities, reach out. I mean, it's we talked earlier about a high tide raising all ships, and I think that's very true in this kind of regard as well. Go share it on your social media platforms if you're just a fan out there that wants to support the stuff, or go on people like my Discord or the EXP Discord or something like that and share the Kickstarter, talk about it out there. So
look, and I'll add one more thing. I mean, just going back to like everything we do, we try and help the market. We're doing a Boys Humble Bundle right now, and this Humble Bundle so far, it has raised almost $10,000 for the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund.
That's awesome.
We did a Humble Bundle that helped the Hero Initiative, and I could tell you how much that ended. It was our 20th anniversary bundle, and that bundle, give me 1 second. Good thing we made this a short interview, right? That bundle generated 16,000. All right, sorry, I'm going to put my old man glasses on now. That bundle took in $16,269 for the Hero Initiative. My goal for the Boys Humble Bundle is for it to give $20,000 to the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund. So we are always trying to help wherever we can.
Yeah, and folks, if you weren't around for last year's Heroes for Heroes campaign, I was very happy to partner with Nick and Dynamite and do a lot of fundraising efforts for Heroes for Heroes last year. I'm sure Nick and I will be in communication soon about Heroes for Heroes next year. They're always willing to go out there and do things for the community. So, Humble Bundle is a fantastic site. I just pasted that link into the chat too if you want to go check out the Boys Humble Bundle to support that cause.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right. I've taken up too much of everybody's time. Probably going to give people some nightmares because they looked at me for an hour and a half. So don't hold that against Chris or Bigby. They were just slumming tonight.
No, it was an honor to have you here, an honor to talk about some great causes. Getting the love of comics out there. That's what we're all about here, and that positivity. And looks like a lot of our chat as well. So we appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for being so kind to our guest. And thank you, Nick, for being here.
Take care, guys. Have a great one. Thank you, everybody.
You too. Hey, Lyle, I appreciate that. Make sure you, by the way, for those, I usually mention this earlier in the show, but of course we had our guest on. If you're not subscribed to Bigby's channel, I should point that way. I do have his link in the description below as well, so you can go subscribe to him. We were able to iron it out, so we're actually streaming to both channels right now at the same time. So for those of you watching over on Bigby's channel, hello, go make sure to subscribe to me if you'd like to, and then vice versa for all the people watching on my channel. Please go subscribe to Bigby.
Hello.
Cool. Hello. Thank you. That's awesome. I appreciate it, Christina. So I hope everybody enjoyed that 15-minute interview we had with Nick Barrucci. That was great.
That was so much good info though packed into the whole thing. I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, it was good.
Absolutely.
It was.
On the back
Do
end,
you
I'm just
want to
thinking
go
about,
over our? Do you want to go over our giveaways again? Well, since
yes,
we're in a little break here.
I definitely do. First thing I was going to do is just share with everybody, if you've been doing the super chats, I have been putting your names on the wheel. So I'm going to share that real fast for everybody so you can see where that's at. So if you've been doing the super chats, we had Milton Stapler and Comic Tropes. And then I wanted to get Michael on there as well. He's the next one that's going to go on the wheel. So you'll see me adding him here in a moment. And you did $5. So I'm just going to show you we're adding you to the wheel, and then I'll show you what those prizes are for those that are just now joining us. And then we'll get back into our next topic. Yeah, and then we're caught up there. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, you are on there, Michael. Comic Tropes is on there. Milton Stapler on there, who had to leave us early in the night, but he was nice enough to do that. That was awesome. So yeah, if you are entered into the super chat giveaway, we've got a couple great books.
And it only takes one entry, right, to get it to win.
Yeah, you could do $1 and you could win. We've got this, and I'll try to make myself the larger screen here for a second. We've got this Spider-Gwen Annual #1. It's a gorgeous black cover, gorgeous art featuring Spider-Girl. Spider-Gwen. That is a 9.8 Bryce Comics exclusive. Does come with the CGC certificate, or the certificate of authenticity, number 468 of 950 right there. And speaking of Italian, I never know how to pronounce his last name. Is it Raphael? Is it Grassetti? Is that right?
I think it's Grassetti. Yeah.
Okay. So great artwork there.
Beautiful cover. I love that cover.
Behind the scenes, Bigby and I had a lot of conversations this weekend at the con, which we're going to talk about soon, about things we want to do on this channel. This is stuff to help us out on the channel. If you're interested in doing that, this is a way to show that support. But you could also win some amazing comics. We got that Ariel Diaz Virgin Battle Chasers homage to Joe Madureira's cheeky Red Monica cover right there. So there is your booty cover of the week for everybody right there. Both of those comic books are the super chat prize. So if you want to win those, that's the way you can do that. For the chat giveaway, I'll actually hold off and show you. Basically, each bundle is going to have a trade paperback and a raw comic book. And you can enter that by just doing hashtag Darkwing. Darkwing is in Darkwing Duck. It's all one word. Hashtag Darkwing. And that'll give you a chance to win a free bundle. You get to choose if you're still here at the end of the show. Otherwise, we'll choose for you. The other bundles go on to the next show, and people get a chance to win those for absolutely free, just for sitting here and watching the show. We appreciate the support.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some more super chats rolling through. Cool.
Yeah, they're rolling in, buddy. They're rolling in.
Okay, let's get figure drawing on there. I'll do that. So Bigby, while that's happening, I'll be typing for a few minutes, so it's a good chance for you to say hi to people or talk in the chat.
All right. So, well, I cannot scroll very well on here, but buddy, we got Side Quest hopping in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by tonight. And
hey, buddy.
There's been a ton of people jumping in. It's difficult for me I don't want to crash my phone again.
Yeah. We appreciate, behind the scenes, another little thing we'll do to peel back the curtain. I know that there's been some signal issues for Bigby for one thing. I mean, we're going to try to work on that at some point and get you flowing a little bit better there.
We do have plans. There is going to be some hardwired stuff coming in here rather than Wi-Fi. I saw that Tropes was asking if you were able to give Frank a kiss on the forehead.
I was not able to give him a kiss on the forehead. However, I will say, we are definitely going to break down all the awesomeness of SummerCon, including getting to hang out with Chris from Comic Tropes for a good part of the show, which was really fantastic. I will say that panel was so fun. That was actually the last comic creator panel of Washington State SummerCon on for the whole show. It was the last show on Sunday, and it was a fun one. We talked about Bigfoot and UFOs and art, his history with art, a lot of great things. We talked about, pissing people off with controversial sketch covers, and we talked about a lot of fun things, but we'll definitely make sure we get to that.
His handlers had to come and pry him away from us.
Yeah, and they
were
literally,
like, there's a line of
after the
people
show
who want to know where you are.
Yep, this was after the show was over. We had Washington State SummerCon people coming up to him, and it was just so funny because he was kind of like, "Yeah, I'll be there." Right now, I'm talking about Bigfoot.
He's like, "I'm talking about Bigfoot right now. I will be there."
Oh, hey, what's up, Copper Age Babe in the house? For those that don't know, that is my lovely wife, holding down the fort upstairs. So I appreciate that. You can get away with more in the show.
Miles up in Canada. So, and Bronze is nearby to me, Lyle. So also he's in the Bigfoot country. In fact, Bronze is often mistaken for Bigfoot. So,
yep, that's true. If I take my shirt off and run to the woods, Bigfoot sightings go 400%. So speaking of that, yeah, should we get into the show? Should we talk about that?
Yeah. Were you able to show the freebie giveaways, or do we need to do any of that? Or are you good?
I think we'll show them off when it's time for the winner, because it takes so long to do that. Okay. I want to make sure people get a chance to hear about some of the things we have to talk about. I know some people will, as the time goes on, we'll lose some people, we'll gain some people, but
so I will preface that that Bronze was ceremonially given some duties to host some panels up at SummerCon, and he was reaching out, asking for people to give him a hand, and why don't you take it from there for a little bit?
Yeah, so the first thing I want to do, I want to thank some people. It'll segue into us talking about our experience at SummerCon. The history of this is, if you didn't know, so Washington State SummerCon happened this weekend. There's a little badge from it. It was a lot of great Star Wars guests, a lot of great celebrity guests, tons of great, amazing comic book creators. I guarantee you will know many of the names we're going to talk about. I've been talking, if you guys are familiar, I'm sure you are, he's an extremely popular YouTuber, Comics with Bueller. Is another local YouTuber, even though he travels most of the time. We've met at cons, we've had conversations about how I love to interview creators, and how I love that he's been hosting panels at local cons and cons across the country, actually. And I said, how'd you get into that? Any advice? And he really took that to heart. I definitely could tell that he saw some of my interviews in the past, thought I did a good job. And I just want to thank him for putting my name out there with a con, which is Washington State SummerCon. It's quickly becoming my favorite convention up here in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, I'd say it is my favorite convention. Good. It's so good. At this point, any comic convention I'm going to be happy about, but that's an awesome show they do up there. And so, it's really amazing. I got a chance to host comic book panels for comic book creators. I hosted 3 panels this weekend, and we'll talk about those here pretty soon. So I just wanted to make sure I think, Travis, which is Comics with Bueller, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's literally an amazing thing for you to do. I don't want to speak out of class, but it sounds like there's going to be some really amazing opportunities coming up in the future. So stay tuned. There's definitely going to be some interesting stuff happening. So I will give you so I got to answer that real fast, because better than Emerald City. So I will be 100% honest with you. The first year that I was able to start going to Comic Cons again for the first time in a long time was the pandemic year. And every year that Emerald City has happened since then, I've looked at it and I've either had unfortunate circumstances come up, money issues where it just didn't make sense to go, or I couldn't get away from something where there's one year I had a root canal that I had to do, which is like, who wants to do that then, and go to a con. And I haven't been, and then I've heard, unfortunately, nothing good about Emerald City Comic Con the last few years. It's really a lot of people coming away from it saying it used to be better. And so it hasn't really inspired me to want to make that effort to go. So the two that I go to regularly are Rose City Comic Con and Washington State Summer Con. And I will go, but it's just a question of time and probably, the right guest being there, that kind of thing, the right opportunity. They also are very quick to, no YouTube passes being handed out, which definitely helps me be able to go when I'm able to go and cover these shows. Like I've done for Rose City, like I can do networking opportunities for charity events and then talk about these artists later on, set up interviews at the con. That's a big motivation for going, and we'll talk about some of that here, but that's kind of the quick answer to that. So there's lots of people I would like to thank, but the segue I was going for here is that I was then able to reach out to a good friend of mine who's on the stage with me right now, Bigby McFly, and say, hey, what if I had you come along? Could you help me out and maybe film? Was the original idea. Right. But also just to go and pal around too, of course, because we had a good time, like at the Frankenstein comic swap, for example.
Oh, and that was a blast too. I mean, that's a great show too, for different reasons, but yes. A great show in its own right.
Yeah, like a very pure Comic-Con, but not a convention in the traditional sense, right?
Very low entry cost of them was $1. Was it $1 to get?
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, good. I'm
just
glad to hear that, by the way. Chris says that the most.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, but for those, there's a little bit of a delay with Bigby's signal, so sometimes it leads to a little bit of talking over kind of stuff that might happen every once in a while. But yeah, sounds like Chris says that Emerald City was an improvement this year, so that's good. That's good.
And you did get a new super chat, so we should acknowledge that.
Yep, I was just gonna talk about that as I kind of was giving you a chance to talk about your entry point. So why don't you talk about how that started and what we ended up doing at the con to kick it off?
Okay, well, I will preface it with the week before the con was insane for me. 65-hour work week for me, and it was just nuts. And Bronze kept messaging me saying, if you want to drop out, it's okay. And I was like, no, I'm coming. I'm driving you up there. We're going to go. We're going to make this happen. Was it the day before or the night before we got the message that we could not take video?
Yeah, that was I think Thursday. We weren't going until Saturday because that's when the first panel was. So we were going to go Saturday, Sunday, not Friday when the show was also open. But Thursday, I got the panel rules that said no video recording, which we found out at the show was really probably more for the celebrity panels to create. Yeah. So but we wanted to respect that anyway, because I mean, who wants to break the rules on your first go at it?
I will say, we didn't go Friday, but I felt like Saturday was more kind of like finding our sea legs there and understanding where everything was and getting to kind of get an idea of what we wanted to do. And then Sunday we were much more comfortable. So I think if you were to go Friday and get that initial bearings down, I think it might be even more enjoyable. So just a thought. I had that idea, but so we were, it was a crazy week leading up. We get the information that we are not allowed to record. And so Bronze and I are going back and forth. Well, could we record audio and then just do stills? Well, no, we don't want to get in trouble for trying to skirt the rules. So we came up with, we're just going to do still photos, and then we're going to do commentary and videos talking about the interactions with the panels. And so we're getting all fired up for that. And I get off work Friday, and for some reason when I went to go, I hadn't paid for my tickets until Friday. And for some reason I paid for my Sunday ticket first, and I was so exhausted. I put the information in for the Saturday ticket. I hit pay and I fell asleep as it's spinning. The little wheel is spinning. And I wake up in the morning and it says transaction failed. Sold out. And immediately I am just stricken with panic. And I message Bronze. I go, small snafu? And he's like, well, I'm seeing all this stuff where you can get passes on Facebook, and we're like, well, how much of that is a scam? And hey, there's Bueller. Hey, you must have heard his name.
So I was just gonna say his name's about to pop up in this story too. So
yes, so I reached out to two people that I know that are involved. Were involved with the show. Dave from West Coast Avengers and Bueller, who both of these guys reached out to me very quickly. Bueller said, I got you back. I got you covered. No worries. We're going to make it happen. So Bueller, you're a lifesaver. I can't thank you enough. I was about ready to have a heart attack. And even I told Chris before I heard back from Bueller, I'm like, well, I already told you I'm driving you up there. And he's like, are you sure? I mean, I'm like, I'm driving you up there. I'm going to get you there. And worst comes to worst, I'm going to go find some place to sit down in a coffee shop and you let me know when you're done. Thankfully,
I was so happy that it didn't turn out that way, because that would have depressed the heck out of me if that was the case, that you had to like sit and wait outside the con. I was determined to try to get you in by hell or high water at some point. There, if we had to talk to somebody outside the door with a ticket or something.
Right. Yeah, we're like, well, a lot of times, like Rose City, there's all those scalpers out front and everything, and yeah, it was crazy. So, hopped in the car, headed over to pick up bronze. We decided to carpool. Shot a little video on the way up there, which will be coming out on my channel here pretty soon.
Awesome.
And yeah. You want to take it from there when we first pull up and we're meeting up with Bueller? And
yeah, so so Bueller had a ticket for you, which was great. That was a big save, and we really appreciate that. Able to get you in, which was amazing. And I did want to address in chat. Chris was saying that it was nice to meet both of us. He vanished after my panel because he's dealing with some severe depression and just felt burned out. Curious to hear if you bought anything, if either of us bought anything. By the way, I just want to take a second to say we did meet up with Chris on Saturday, and it was awesome. It was such a great moment come true, because I've been in Chris's vicinity before, but we just didn't have a chance to actually physically meet up. And he's somebody that at least on the internet of things, I consider a good friend. And I think he's such an amazing and positive force on YouTube. That I am so happy I had a chance to finally meet him. That was great. And not only that, we got to pal around with him for a while and look at vintage GI Joes and do some really fun stuff. Potentially,
we're all GI Joe fans. So, I mean,
yeah, got to break some bread, and then that was a good time. So I can't say enough how awesome that was. And I'm sorry to hear that you had to bail on that part of the show. Hopefully it was fun and helped fill that mental tank while you were there for a little bit. We definitely did buy some stuff, and I think we're going to show that off after we have a chance to talk about the rest of the con experience, show off some of those awesome pickups.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess
initially we got there and Bueller is showing us around. No, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say,
he's initially showing us around.
I think Bigby might have froze. Wait, should we both? Is there vision based on movement? Should we both freeze? No. So I'll see if he's able to come back. I'm actually gonna do that until I see his camera start to move again. So I'll kind of continue where that left off. So we got to the show. We're able to get in, kind of get our bearings at the show. I know I was all nerves until the first panel. I had a lot of kind words of encouragement and a lot of "you'll do fines," which really helped. I'm the kind of person where I'm going to feel nervous pretty much no matter what until I get going doing that kind of experience. So it was really cool. We got a chance to go around and talk to most of the people that I was going to be on the panel with. Beforehand, I went up to all of them and just wanted to make sure what topics they wanted to have covered, or what topics they wanted to maybe avoid, or what they were comfortable with, and then any projects they needed to plug, that kind of stuff. and was able to run my questions by Bigby and Comic Tropes, which was really great. Get some feedback. Hey, welcome back.
I have some feedback for you about what's going on. I don't know exactly what the deal is, but there's some stuff.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that after the show.
Okay. That's very kind of you, Bueller. In fact, I will say that was one of the highlights. So the first panel, I'll kind of cut to that because I know people are probably like, where is the story going? The first panel was Mark Bagley and Ken Lashley. And if you've ever seen any, so for me personally, if you've ever seen any interviews with Mark Bagley, he is a quick wit, rapid fire. He's not afraid to be sarcastic. And I think that's really cool and funny. I love that. I wasn't too intimidated by that, but I was like, man, if I screw up, I'm sure I'm going to hear about it. Right. Like I just had that feeling like that probably wasn't going to be too bad. And then Ken Lashley, every interview I've seen of him, and this is so true afterwards, as well. He is, and not to say that Mark isn't sweet, but Ken is just like the nicest, coolest, positive, awesome person. Just very infectious in that regard. At least that's what I got out of him. I think it was just amazing. And so I was like, oh, we'll have the kind of like sarcastic, and by the way, Ken before the show was like, I'll just let Mark answer all the questions and all of this kind of go along for the ride. And then turns out, we turn on the panel, we get started. I'm nervous at first and kind of rushing a little bit, and had to remind myself, take a breath, slow down. And the panel went off with fireworks. I mean, Ken was amazing and effervescent.
He came alive, like we didn't know what to expect, right? And he just boom. He was so engaging and just a positive, awesome person. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And some great questions asked from the audience, and some okay ones asked by me. And the nicest, most amazing and awesome thing that a human being could have done for another human being at that moment. Ken, about 2/3 of the way through the show, asked the audience, hey, I found out this is this guy's first panel he's ever hosted. He's doing a great job. Give it up for him, along those lines. And it was just, I mean, that was the nicest thing. And that was.
Did he say he's like, this is his first panel? Can you believe it? And Bagley's like, looked at you like, what? Really? And like, you're doing so great. And he's like, let's get a big round of applause. And everybody just, it was just a sea of applause for Chris. It was amazing.
It was so awesome just to have that much support from and when I say support, I mean from a lot of the viewers too that reached out with, hey, that's awesome, you're doing this, thanks for the opportunity, here's my questions, all that support, liking the posts, all those things help. This kind of stuff, it feels amazing to do this because talking to creators, getting a chance to interview them. Spoiler alert for a lot of these creators, I won't necessarily name who just in case they can't do it for whatever reasons, but a lot of them are going to be coming on the show later on. We're going to be talking to them about things like Heroes for Heroes and charity events. So when I say things like getting this out there so that we can do more stuff to bring your questions to these creators, have them come on the channel so you can see people that you've always liked their work. And it also can help out the charity that we work with on this channel that, something we're going to talk about a little bit later, Bigby is now helping out with in a big way. He already helped out quite a bit last year, but even more so now. All this stuff helps. All of it's really important for building, what we can possibly do here. So that's just amazing. Couldn't have felt better coming out of that panel. Like I'm a very critical person. I wanted to hear all the constructive criticism. We figured out, a couple little mic issues, couple little setup things, that kind of stuff. But felt pretty good.
Every panel progressively got better and better as far as production and smoothness of transitions and stuff. It was great.
Oh, awesome. Hey, Dan, how's it going, man? Good. It was very cool. Thank you. No, it's all good. Awesome Sauce. I always understand. For those that don't know, Awesome Sauce is visually impaired. So some of his chats from speech to text might come through a little strange sometimes. So show him some grace. It's awesome to have him here. But yeah, that panel, I felt much better after. I was kind of like, okay, the pressure in some ways is off. There were the only amount of pressure I really felt after that, strictly speaking, was knowing how big of a legendary creator my next panel was the next day. And we'll get to that.
Well, to me, both of them were just huge the next day. But I mean, even that day, I mean, Bagley and Lashley, that was amazing. So
absolutely, but you start talking about people that are probably on some people's Mount Rushmore of comics. You know, you start talking like that kind of tier, the absolute Hall of Fame of comics, and that's different for everybody, of course. You know and that's how it should be. But we'll get to that. I'm trying to think. So Saturday, after the panel, we'd hung out with Comic Tropes, had a chance to talk to him. We'd seen, of course, a lot of great cosplay. We'd seen some great vendors. I think
like I said, we were doing kind of our sea legs right there. And then after the panel, I kind of felt like we were like able to relax and dig through some bins and just kind of enjoy the con and talk more casually with the creators, and have a good time, just kind of palling around with people. And we eventually made our way over to our buddy, to Dave from West Coast Dave Andrews. And
Chris wanted to know if I got some comics at the show.
There's a great video. The video of this makes it into my video of me and you trying to lug all that stuff across that parking lot.
Yeah, about some comics at the show.
So Dave had like crazy deals. He had a $5 bin. Was it $5? No, it was $2. $2 bin, right? It was a $2 bin. It was full of $5 to $12 books, basically.
Right.
And then he had a $1 bin. It was full of books that were like $3 to $8.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes even higher. And so I started
and lots
digging
of high grade silver and bronze in like his front bins and slabs and all that kind of stuff. Cards.
Chris and I have had some great discussions about like what the weak points are in his collection for doing like claim sales and that kind of stuff. And so I was like, oh, here you go. And we just started digging. And the piles just kept growing. And I kept handing them to Chris. I'm like, for your approval, sir. I'm not assuming you need to buy all these, but check them out, make sure. And pretty much we agreed on most of the things that were pulled. And it was just great, and it kind of got crazy.
It got crazy. And I mean, just to keep in mind, so I think out of the stuff here, I'd say about a quarter is for my personal collection, and then the rest of it's going to be a mix of things like things we'll do in future giveaways, or the super chat prizes, or Heroes for Heroes, and then claim sales too. So you'll see lots of the stuff from here go to some pretty good causes that some of you will have a chance to benefit from, and that will benefit others in many cases too. And then of course some stuff that was for the PC, some stuff for me too, like one for me, one for charity, one for claim sales, that kind of thing. Is kind of a dividing line, but I really appreciated all that assistance. For those that haven't had a chance to hear Bigby talk about it, he's a seasoned collector. He's had a couple different comic shops in his past, and he knows his stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that I look at and I'm kind of like, I sort of kind of recognize that. And he's like, no, this is it's encyclopedic knowledge, right? Like this is that
first print of such and such or whatever, or this artist, what was it? Warlock 5, those obscure indies. But I'm like, these are going to sell. And the covers are just amazing.
Yes, we will probably be on for I would imagine about at least another hour or so with what we have to talk about and showing off some stuff. Yeah. Yes, a few Golden Age comics as well. Yep, you bet. In fact, I can say this is crazy.
Actually were in the Barnes bins, right?
In the cheapest bins he had, there was Golden Age, because West Coast Avengers is a crazy man, and he was just filling up some boxes and giving people amazing deals. But actually, I did not previously own any Golden Age comics since I sold most of my collection. It's been a blind spot in my collection. So the very first Golden Age comics came wandering in, not necessarily ones that are passion pieces for me, but it was just, hey, it's such a good deal, and somebody will enjoy them down the road. So yeah. But yes, huge shout out to West Coast Avengers.
Haggling and finagling this deal, Bronze. Yeah, so Bronze had picked out some key issues for his PC, and then we got a lot of the stuff out of the bins. We hash out this whole big deal, and then if you guys know Bronze sends cards with his purchases,
or any, you know, if you win
Dave has this
stuff
big
on the channel, anything.
Yeah. Dave has this big box of cards on the table, and Bronze is like, "Hey, is there any way maybe we could work in like a few of those cards as part of the purchase price?" And Dave offers him like just an insane price on all of the cards,
which is like when we say a box, it's not like one single row box it's like a 4-row box of cards.
So if you're familiar with your boxes, it's a 3,200 count box, but that counts like the old Topps style, real thick cards. So it was probably holding 5,000 or 6,000 cards in it.
Yeah, and so we're talking lots of classic DC, lots of classic Marvel, Image cards. There's like the Wildcat cards. There's Simpsons cards in there. So all those people that are like, what's that?
There was some Valiant.
Yeah, there's a pretty good mix. So all those people that are, we lost. I kind of wondered about that because the delay seemed to be getting worse. Yeah. So real fast, I know some people are probably like, "What did you get?" Plan to do this at the end, but that's a good question. My favorite single. That's a tough one. It's kind of almost like a 2-way tie. Maybe even a 3-way tie. But I will show this up while we're waiting for Bigby to come back. It's a good chance to do it. I don't want him to miss the other part. Oh no, he is actually coming back. I think I see him. But I'll show you real fast, Dan, just because you asked. Here, let me do that. So yeah, there you go, Dan. To answer your question, that was from West Coast Avengers. He had it like an 8590. It's a gorgeous copy. Mr. Miracle, #1. Got worked into the deal. So yeah. And then let's see. You said least favorite. That's hard. It's a funny question, but it's a good one. I don't know what my least favorite would be. Oh boy, I'd have to do the math because most of my stuff's in either filing cabinets or short boxes. Probably including the stuff that I have from the collection I picked up, probably like 9,000 now total. But really, for the personal collection that isn't just stuff that I'm planning on getting rid of at some point, probably closer to 6,000.
So I didn't purchase anything the first day.
Yeah, that's right. But I think by the time that I was hauling away all that stuff and you were helping me pack it, I think you were probably a little scared too.
I think I felt like I was getting my bearings, but at the very end there, I was starting to feel it, and so yeah. I was ready the next day.
By the way, Dan, that was an extremely hard question to answer because there's like 3 or 4 in here that are like, it's like picking your favorite child for different reasons, but just not 6,000 long boxes. No, I'm not Chuck over at Mile High Comics or whatever. No, 6,000 total, like individual issues. Yeah, 100% figure.
So we figure about between 200 and 300 comics in a long box. So divide that up as you will.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you didn't end up picking up anything the first day. Should we? I think at that point, is there anything else from Saturday that we're missing, or should we move to Sunday?
I think we had a lot of really great conversation between. We had some good good amount of time, which Chris and I are really busy guys, so we don't have a lot of time to talk and plan things out and strategize for the channel and for growth and for goals and ideas of where we could go with things. And we got to do a lot of that on the car ride, and as well as walking around the con and just really getting to know. We already knew each other pretty well, but getting to know each other even better and become even better friends. And man, dude, we are cut from the same cloth. I swear to God. It's like almost everything we started. Oh yeah, it was like, or experiences. We had very similar experiences all along the way through life and stuff. Just talking about these things, it was amazing. It was really great to get to know one another better. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely have had a lot of chance to talk and connect in short bursts, but this was the first time over a couple of days where we had multiple opportunities to do that. So that was very cool, and it, not just for us personally, but also for the future of what this show is going to be, the future of the things that we're going to be able to do. And we talk about things like the charity event. We talk about things like interviews. We talk about future conventions, different things you might be seeing from us. So there's a lot of good conversation that came out of that. And then also networking with people to show.
A lot of like hopes and fears and hang-ups and where can I help you with this? How can you help me with that? That kind of thing. And just very, very positive the whole thing. Oh, and the most important thing that happened Saturday, we stopped and got ice cream for Franz's wife.
Oh yes, very, very important. That was necessary. If the whole weekend would have been thrown into disarray if that didn't happen. So
right, that was the most important thing. What was the flavor?
French vanilla.
French vanilla. There we go.
Yeah. There we go. By request. Yeah. And by the way, I highlighted your message, 78 points of articulation, but very happy to have you here. Always love seeing you drop in the chat. Thanks, man.
So Saturday night I was amped, got home. I'm processing photos, sending Ron's photos and stuff for his posts, posting some things for myself, editing some video, and then realized it's 1 a.m. and I've got to get up and pick up Ron's in 5 or 6 hours. So.
Yeah, it was some craziness. I was amped and exhausted at the same time. Also, talk about not getting to spend enough time with Bigby. I barely, the way our schedules work out, I barely get enough time alone with my wife. So she was home that night. So that was really important to spend some time with her. And then at the end, I was like, oh man, I need to do that thing I would do before the first day of school where I'd get my clothes set out, get everything set out, go take a shower, just be ready to go in the morning. And totally put off the important task of pulling stuff that I wanted to get signed on the last day of the con. And yeah, that was a mistake that it will haunt me a little bit in some ways. However, I was able to pull a few things, which I'll show you what I got signed. And I'm very happy for those things. But
I was kicking myself that I didn't grab something for Shooter. I was kicking myself on Sunday for that.
However, no spoilers here, but the interaction we had with Shooter may have been better for not having had to deal with any of those interactions about signing.
It was, when we get to that part, it was like religious experience almost. I mean,
I felt like I was visiting Mecca or something. It was pretty powerful.
But the similar experience Saturday night. I'm laying out my pain medication for being sore and achy and everything. I'm laying out all my stuff, my clothes. I've got my backpack packed with the books that I am planning on getting signed, or sketches done on, or attempted sketches done on, and thank God I did that. I threw the slabs in for the super chat prices. Put them in my car the night before because I'm like, you're gonna forget them. Just put them in the car now. Just put them in the car now.
Yep. So I think we need to get to Sunday.
Sunday morning.
Felt a little more confident going in, knowing the layout, knowing where to go, knowing we had passes in order.
That's great coffee on the way in.
Yep, absolutely. We were energized, both in mind, body, and spirit. And, and I mentioned real quick, the networking opportunities, like I guess the one thing I did want to say for that, people we talked to on Saturday, like West Coast Avengers, most likely whether he comes on here or we go on there, something like that, we're going to be talking to him a little bit more, and he's a great member of the community. Yes, just some awesome opportunities there. So that was important.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we did talk about that Saturday, didn't we? I said, hey, you know what? While all the love is flowing around, we need to work together and promote each other and do some things together. And Dave said, I couldn't agree more. And so look for a lot of that coming up.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So we get to the show Sunday, and then on Sunday, so the panels. So what we had to work around at 1:00, we had, and this is why I was still a little nervous about the panel, even though I was feeling much more confident, was Jim Starlin and Jamie Jameson, which are, if you're not familiar with Jamie Jameson, she's now his inking partner, like, for example, for the Dreadstar stuff that's going to be coming out. And she's been working with him for a while too. And ever since, if you're not familiar, Jim Starlin had an accident on his drawing hand, which he talked about on the panel, not to spoil too much, but that there's lots of interviews out there with him talking about it. That accident, she's part of the reason that he came back to drawing as quickly as he did from that accident. So they made like kind of this real cool connection at a con. And ever since then, they've been working together a lot. So they were the panel together at 1:00. And then at 3:00, we had Frank Cho. And so that was the final panel. Yep.
So I will say, on the way up there, Bronze and I we're worried because the panels are being hosted outside and it's raining. And Bronze is like, I look at my phone, it's not supposed to rain, and it's just raining harder and harder.
Yeah. And I mean, I was still looking at like the radar and the forecast for the venue, and I was like, I still feel pretty confident. And then eventually we saw non-dark gray clouds on the horizon, right, which helped out. But yeah, I'm sitting there wearing shorts and a t-shirt and absolutely no coat, and the stage is covered, but the audience is all uncovered chairs in an open air.
Yeah. I'm like, that's great for you, Bronze. You're going to be good. I'm going to be out there taking your pictures. I'm going to be a drowned rat.
Well, if it had rained, there was basically like a call it off kind of a vibe. I think it sprinkled barely while we were at the show at one point. That was about it. So luckily it wasn't rained out. But yeah, so
right.
So I'm trying to think. We got to do some more talking to creators. We got to do some more digging before that first
we had some
interview.
Discussion. We had some discussion on the way in, and Bronze is telling me, make sure he says, I like to get cosplay stuff in the content, but I don't like to approach people a lot because I feel weird about it. And I said, don't worry, I don't feel weird about it. So we tried to get a little bit of that in there. Bronze will forever be telling me I need to work on my video skills because I missed some important footage. I will just leave it at that. And
for the cause.
Yeah, so we're getting a good chance to chat with some more of the creators before the first panel. We're walking around, we're getting to chat with some people and get some things set up, trying to get some autographs and some sketches done. We were digging for I mistakenly thought that when Ken Lashley was referring to when he got to draw Black Panther, that he drew the first Shuri, which I was not. I wasn't sad that spoiler alert, I bought a first appearance of Shuri. I wasn't sad that I bought that, but yeah, so we got to talk to a lot of guys and just really enjoy their company and dig for some books. Before
Yeah,
the
ran
first
into some viewers too, which was nice. And oh, yep, we lost Bigby again. But yeah, we got to talk to some viewers. Hand out some stickers, which was really fun. It was just a very good experience. But on Sunday, we went and talked to Ken again, so that Bigby could talk to him about doing a sketch and doing a signature. We made sure to talk to Frank Cho because he was the one person I hadn't had a chance to introduce myself to beforehand, as well. Plus, Jamie wasn't there on Saturday, so I got a chance to talk to her before the show. Hey, I totally understand. We're late here on the West Coast, but I know it's super late over there on the East Coast. Have a good night. Awesome sauce. So, let's see. I'm trying to think what else was very important to point out. I will say, speaking of the pickups, just waiting for Bigby to come back in. Did get this from one of the people that was at the show that we talked to. The second appearance of Ghost Rider. That was an important one to pick up. Hey, welcome back. I was just going over some of the stuff we picked up from some of the people we were talking about, and then before the first panel on Sunday, I did pick up a first appearance of Mimic. Nice, decent copy of that one that I'm very happy to have. And then Bigby spotted a couple Joes from that same vendor that got mixed up in my pile here. Late run.
The half price guy, right?
Yep, that was from the half price guy. I don't remember the vendor off the top of my head, but definitely an important late run issue 144, and one of the Andrew Wildman covers 134. So I got those for a good price.
And I got I'll show it off here. I got the first appearance of Shuri.
Yep.
And I think all of my pickups happened before that first panel. I also, from the half price guy, picked up the first appearance of Mantis in a fairly decent grade. And then if you go by the sticker on the bag, it says it's number 2. I actually got in an argument with the vendor. It's number 10.
I thought it was number 9.
Key issue. Was it number 9? I think it was.
I thought it was number 9.
But
now, are we gonna get an argument about it?
He's like, my dad priced that, and it's a number 2, and I'm like, no, it's not. And I'm trying to haggle with him, and yeah, there was some tense negotiations, but anyway, I ended up picking that up for a buddy of mine. So there you go.
Yeah,
I don't know if he caught when I faded away into oblivion when I was blipped out there. I got recognized for the first time, but not from my channel. Somebody's like, I know you from somewhere. Aren't you the guy that bought that collection with Automatic Comics?
Hey, you got recognized from YouTube.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that was fun. That was at the vendor that I got the Ghost Rider comic book at.
That was really cool. I like that guy a lot.
Yeah,
nice.
He was cool.
Which will be in my video too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to the panel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we did the at 1:00 we did the Jim Starlin, Jamie Jameson. Every time I say Jamie Jameson real fast, it sounds like I'm saying Jenna Jameson. Jamie Jameson panel. That would be a much different panel.
That would be a way different panel. We weren't expecting her to be there. She was
ill. I mentioned she
before.
Wasn't there on Saturday because of a medical thing, and then so she came back on Sunday. Luckily, for the panel, which was great. And also great because we had a chance to talk to her, which she turned out to be an extremely fascinating person. And yeah. So one thing I knew going into this panel that Jim Starlin, if you're just catching onto what's going on here, Jim Starlin and Jamie Jameson. And Jim, I know has, I don't want to say like a reluctance, but I know he's been asked a billion times about Thanos and the Marvel stuff. So I wanted to be very strategic on the questions that I asked him. If the audience asks it, it's fair game, but I didn't want to just Jim about Thanos, Jim about Drax, Jim, tell us about the Infinity. I just if I went in doing that, I think it would have been a lower energy interview from him, in my opinion. So I wanted to make sure to talk about things that are going on. That's part of the reason we go up and talk to the creators beforehand. I knew he wanted to talk about. He has a breed campaign, crowdsourcing campaign over on Zoop, and I wanted to talk about that. And he wants to talk about Dreadstar. He wants to talk about working with Jamie, and then Jamie's there. We want to talk to her too. We don't want to gloss over that fact. And again, I'm glad we did, because she had a lot of great topics. Things we've talked about on this show before, things that are important to us, like mental health. We had people in chat talking earlier about their mental health. And she's definitely a champion of positivity and mental health, and doing work towards that too, which is something that we want to celebrate. And we definitely talked to her about possibly coming onto the show, as well as Jim Starlin later on, to talk about that, to talk about the endeavors they're doing. So that's something that may happen later on if we're lucky enough to have them on. I think there's a good chance of that, because it worked out really well. So
I would say that Jamie and Jim fed off of each other too. So when Jim would be just giving like a short answer or not really delving into something, Jamie would prod him. And then when Jamie was kind of downplaying her talents or whatever, Jim would be like, "No, come on now," and really building her up. And it was really good.
You could tell they're a very effective team, and why they probably like working together so much is because they're boosting up each other in different ways, and that kind of came through in the panel. I think had a very interesting interaction, and I mean this in multiple levels, with one of the Seattle self-proclaimed superheroes who was at the panel, and Skyman helped kind of further that conversation about mental health a little bit with Jamie. That was a fascinating moment in the panel.
It was. We weren't sure where it was going to go for a little bit.
Yes,
I got a picture of mine. Did you see that? I sent that in the batch of pictures sheet. There was Batman was in there. It was an interesting character, and definitely furthered the conversation with Jamie and Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bigby mentioned the pictures. There are so many pictures. He did an awesome job taking a lot of them. I got a few like selfies with creators, that kind of thing too, including one awesome picture of a Wookiee cosplay that I can't wait to share. I'm just going to be trickling that stuff out, over the next few days. You're going to see lots and lots and lots of pictures posted. For whatever reason, I posted like 4 or 5 pictures a day. I could tell Instagram just killed my momentum on stuff as I was talking about more and more posts. So I'll probably do like 2 or 3 a day and just kind of keep those going out. So you'll see more stuff. And then there'll be, like Bigby's video coming out soon, covering some of the footage that was taken. Not necessarily the panel.
If they kill your momentum, you guys, if you see a story on my channel that shows a picture of Bronze and somebody else, follow it and go read the actual post from Bronze, because I'm just trying to give him more traction on getting coverage for what he's talking about. So
yeah, Instagram is a fun platform. I have a love-hate relationship with it, which is how it's treating me. But anyways, so it was a good panel. I think that it was. I was feeling even better after that panel. I think you might have missed this actually, but somebody came up to me from the audience after the panel and was extremely complimentary about how good of a job that they said I had done, which was very helpful for me.
Awesome.
And said, I don't want to name names, but I saw it on their panel earlier, and I just want to thank you for doing a good job and giving the audience a chance to talk, as well as the people on the panel a chance to talk and have those interactions, and not trying to make it about. The essence of it was, it sounded like they were saying that I didn't try to make it about me, which was one of my major goals doing the panels. It's tough because there's moments where when I'm doing an interview on YouTube, it's easier to relate the importance of a question, and I'm conscious of like representing my audience. In fact, I know they have this question, and this kind of story helps lead to that question. And there's part of it where you're trying to make the guest comfortable by making sure that they don't feel like they're talking the entire time. So you have to kind of help them out with that a little bit, depending on the personality of the guest. And there's a lot that goes into it, at least in my mind, at least that's what I have going on. And when it comes to this type of panel, though, it's very much about how quickly can I get to the guest in a comfortable way where it's not rushing the question. You're not leading off with something they've been asked with a million times, trying to give them the opportunity to talk about their work that they have going on right now, so that people that are just there for the beginning of the panel and take off, they have a chance to hear about what they have coming out, what they're working on, what their current interest is. And then, you're kind of teasing that with the audience too, because you want to get to the stuff that, many of them are there to hear about and talk about. You want to kind of get into that during the heart of the show. And it was interesting.
Right.
That's kind of my reaction to that whole experience. It was fascinating because I'm used to talking to people and interviewing people, but in a different format. And it was a learning curve. I was very appreciative of all the kind words I got from people, and as well as like the microphone. We talked about that a couple times. That was a hard correction. Trying to get the microphone sound correctly was a big one. Trying to make sure I repeated audience questions was something that it's tough. I try to mention at the beginning of the shows because we sat in when Comics with Bueller did the Dan Jurgens panel. We sat in the audience and we were kind of like 2/3 of the way back or 3/4 of the way back. And if somebody asked a question up front, you couldn't hear a word they were saying. So I was trying to repeat the questions for the audience, so they all knew what the creator was talking about. And that's tough because sometimes the creator hears the question and they just want to jump and start talking about it. And I was trying to say, hey, I will repeat your questions so that everybody has a chance to know what was asked. So why they're talking about what they're talking about. And it also prevents people from asking the same question twice, because that does happen. So it was a fascinating thing. And after that panel, I definitely felt confident. I felt like I was doing a decent job at the very least. And Bueller had some really nice words to say to me as well, which was very, very kind of him. And yeah, it was going really well. It was going really well. And then it all went wrong. No, actually, far from it. I'll just start talking about the last panel. And when Bigby comes back, inevitably, we can fill in a little bit of the in-between stuff. But the last panel was Frank Cho. And it was funny because when I went to go talk to Frank earlier in the day, I'm a big Frank Cho fan. I'm a fan of everybody I talk to. In this case, it doesn't always happen. I got lucky. I'm a fan of all these people I got a chance to talk to. When I was talking to Frank Cho before the panel, hey, welcome back. When I was talking to Frank Cho before the panel about what does he want to talk about, like he had some interesting stuff. He's kind of like, I don't know, like, he was very laid back and chill was kind of his vibe. Like, a little bit like, what do you want to talk about? And what kind of questions do you want to ask? And I said, one thing I want to make sure is talk about things you want to talk about. And if there's anything you don't want to talk about. And one of his replies was kind of interesting because I do talk to people these days about AI imagery. And that's something that artists want to talk about. And he was very quick to say, like, I'm the only person that doesn't really care about that probably. And he had a funny joke that I won't repeat because it's not my place to tell it. But he's just like, AI can't learn my artwork. So I don't want to, I don't really think I'm worried about it. And I don't really have an opinion on it. And he was right, because he has so many different styles that if you try to say in the style of Frank Cho, it's like, does it pick from his ballpoint style? Does it pick from his sketch cover style? Does it pick from his covers, or, what kind of style does it pick from his cartoonist stuff?
His animation.
That
kind of stuff. Starlin had some interesting takes on AI as well. Starlin was saying it's a tool. It's a tool, and we're all going to have to get used to using it. And he said he was experimenting with using it to do backgrounds and some coloring and stuff like that. So it was interesting to hear his take on it. He said, what did he say? I came from the world where comes from Detroit, the place that destroyed the horse and buggy industry. And he said, you don't adapt to the times. you're going to get left behind. And it was interesting to hear him say that.
Yeah, the impression I got from Starlin, both from talking to him this weekend, from a couple other things I've seen him do, is it's impressive in a way, because he's of an age and a time period of creators where you don't necessarily expect this, but he seems to be willing to be very up on technologies that come out, and
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, and but you don't always see that from people from his his prime era of where he started. Yeah. But I was impressed with that. And, I didn't have a chance to dive into that one. I didn't want to dig in and redirect on that one topic too much, but I do think it's interesting that he mentioned that. I don't know if he really meant, I don't know if he was taking like AI composites of like photography of like backgrounds and skies. And then he did mention that he was also,
he said he would have it do a general image, and then he would go in and basically paint using that image.
Yeah. So he's using it more as like almost like a, I don't want to speak for him, but it sounded more like almost like a base layer or a kind of idea generation to then further his own artwork. And it was
almost like a color palette or something, almost like, and getting a basic framework for things, and then he was going going nuts with it. So
yeah, it was interesting, very interesting. So what I was doing is that, because you dropped out again, I was just going to start talking about the Frank Cho panel, and then we can kind of go back and talk about the other stuff that happened at the con outside of, I just wanted to kind of close off the panel talk so we can kind of but yeah, with Frank Cho, it was interesting because so the only creator that I was interviewing that I had previously met was Frank Cho. And I had a very unexpected, almost fanboy moment with him. I met him at Rose City Comic Con a few years ago, and I went up to him and just was like, "Oh, I love your artwork. I love the style of artwork you do with this and a few other things. And I was hoping you could sign this." And I bought a print from him, and it was a Harley Quinn print, and I had him sign it or whatever. And it was like his handler was talking to me about the print while I'm trying to talk to him. It got a little weird and confusing, and like I ended up leaving my print at the table and walking away, and like not even realizing it. And I had to come back, and I made an idiot of myself in front of Frank Cho. And it was weird. I didn't expect it. Like, not the most famous person I talked to that day, not the most famous person I've talked to, and I just am enough of a fan of his that it was just a funny interaction, right? In my head, I'm sure he didn't think anything of it, but in my head, it was kind of one of those like, "Oh, you're being a dummy," and so there was a little bit of that in my head before I started talking to him. But man, that's just like how I overthink things, because that panel, it was just so conversational, so easy flowing. We got to talk about everything from his inspirations in artwork and his styles that have introduced and informed his artwork, and how he started out aping styles of artwork from classical different periods of art and cartooning, and how things like Norman Rockwell and different influences got him into artwork, his indie background in cartooning, and just it was a really, really, really cool conversation. Like, it was really fun. I mean, he's sitting there at the beginning of the show. He came over, he walked over with a cup of ice cream, and it was about 5 minutes before the show. And I was like, "Hey, I won't bug you if you want to sit there and eat your ice cream. Don't worry, I'll let you eat." And he's like, "No, I'm cool. I can eat and talk." And he didn't take a single bite after the interview.
They're all the way down in that cup.
Yeah, and I was like, "Are you sure? Like, I don't mind." And he's like, "We can. I think we're okay to like wait a minute if we have to." And he's just like, "Nah, let's do it." And he was just such a. And not to say that anybody who wasn't chill, it wasn't conversational, like it very much was, but there was just like an extra level of like,
it's really down to
yeah, very much so. That's a good way to put it.
I gotta say, like, as an artist, like he's easily in my top 10, if not my top like 5 artists that are an influence on me And so I was just like in awe at first, just talking to him, and then just to get to know him as a regular guy, it was just so cool.
Yeah, yeah, and just his honesty and like one of the coolest things people can do is be confident enough to not give a crap about what others think, and do that without being arrogant or callous, right? And he's got that nailed. He's got that 100% absolutely. Like he doesn't. We were talking about like some of the reaction to some of like the sketch covers he does, and they can be a little not, I don't want to say edgy, but they can be a little like fun, right? Like he can have a comedy, like he's got a cartooning background. He tries to turn it into a one panel cartoon is what he says he wants to make the challenge of it. You look like you want to jump in.
He said he gets so often he gets the same like 6 to 8 characters that he has to draw over and over again. And he kind of got to a point where he's like, I'm going to make this into a game where I'm going to make it a single panel cartoon and try to make it funny. And you asked him, he's like, do the people who commission from you come up with these gags? And he's like, no, I just do it myself and put the word balloons on, and they better be happy with it.
Yeah, and it was, we talked about we talked about something we talked about previously on this show, which was the Jeremy Renner snowplow incident joke that he made on one of his sketch covers. I think that was on the episode we had Swag on, wasn't it? Wasn't that our first stream we talked about that?
Yeah.
I think so. He was, it's just kind of like this like perspective he had on those covers is just like people he said like people on the right used to get, this was his answer, people on the right used to get pissed off like 15 years ago about the different things he would do and on the sketch covers and the different vibes it was, and now he says he pisses off people on the left. He's like, I don't care, like if I piss people off, just like wait till you see the next cover I do. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like he's doing his own art. He's not, I don't think he's intentionally trying to piss anybody off. He's just trying to go out there and be himself and do his own style of art. And I love that. I love that very much. Highly respected. And his attitude about it was just so fun, like so like nonchalant and just chill about it. He got asked some great questions about his opinion of different art styles. And we got to talk about, I talked about this with every artist. I talked to a lot of artists today or this weekend, and we got to talk about, tips for beginner artists and things to keep in mind as you're trying to learn how to do artwork or you're trying to break into the industry. We hit on that with every single one of our creators. See some chat rolling through. Hey, what's up, Damien? How's it going? Sleepy Reader in the house. Yeah, you were missed. You were missed. Absolutely. I'd hope to run into you there as well. And that's true of a few people. There was a few people I'd hope to meet because I know they're usually at that con. Ferd Bird the Nerd's one of them. Didn't get a chance to meet him. He had a family commitment, for example. The Frank Show Outrage books are, yeah, they are fun. They are fun. Well, that's your opinion, but I respected his take on that approach. I'm probably not doing the whole interaction I had with him justice on that. I am hoping to have him on at some point. That maybe that's something we could talk about, but it was actually pretty fun to hear his answer because it's something that it's actually pretty fun to think about having things get fooled that way. So one thing he talked about though, when I did that pre-interview with him, he said, you know what I love? I love UFOs and Bigfoot. I love Bigfoot. Let's talk about that. I said, hell yeah, let's talk about that. So we spent probably, I would say, about a third of the panel, keeping it weird and talking about Bigfoot encounters and stories, UFOs, all these super fun topics. He got to share some paranormal experiences he's had with his lady who attracts certain energies, and there was a ghost story, and it was so much fun talking to him about that stuff. I definitely hope to have him on at some point. We can kind of talk about that a little bit more too. After the panel, went great. After the panel, I mentioned during the panel, I'm like, well, I don't want to make this about me. Like, but I do have a Bigfoot story for you. And I told him after the panel, Bigby had a story to share with him. And we were just sitting there on stage, just talking paranormal stuff. And these handlers from the con came out to talk to me, like, Frank, you kind of get a line at your table. People want to talk to you. And he's like, hey, I'm talking about Bigfoot. I'm talking about UFOs. I'll be over there soon. And they're like, all right, well, you got another minute to talk about Bigfoot. And he just kept going. It was fun. It was a really cool way to end the show. You could tell, like, getting these people a chance to talk about stuff they want to talk about, and not just the interviewer and their agenda of what they want to talk about. That's a very important thing. Of course, you don't want to just only ask questions that they want to talk about. There's a balance there. I understand that, but especially in a con setting, that's one of those things that's a little bit different versus a YouTube interview. You do want to make sure that you're kind of making it about the creator even more so, and especially about the audience. And the audience did great in every single show. They asked phenomenal questions. I made sure, I don't think there wasn't a single panel, I can say that very confidently, where somebody didn't get a chance to ask their question. And we always were directing everybody, hey, if you do think of a question, or if you want to have an interaction with one of these creators, their table is right over here. We directed them to where to go, and got them to their next, got them to meet their creators that they were wanting to talk to. And it was just a great time. It was a fantastic show, fantastic experience with those people. Made some really great connections with people on a very personal level. Like, it was a lot of fun. Sounds like I probably am going back and doing it next year. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it. Knock on particle board wood or whatever this is. But I very much look forward to the opportunity of being able to get a chance to do this again next year. I'm in talks with another show to possibly do some more interviews on another venue, at another venue. So I'm super excited. It was such a unique experience being able to do this, being able to have that kind of connection, that kind of FaceTime with people like Jim Starlin, Mark Bagley, Ken Lashley, Frank Cho, Jamie Jameson. Like, it was a much different dimension to that experience, because there is a little bit of, if you go up and you talk to some of these folks, they're amazing, they're nice, in a lot of cases, not always. In some cases they're not, right? But when they know, like, oh, you're somebody who I'm going to be on stage with, and we're going to be talking, and we understand the assignment, right? There's a mission here to have like a good conversation and make it for the fans, and have everybody have a good time, right? And you kind of are able to break the ice a little bit more easily, because it's like, oh, you're not just somebody coming up looking for an autograph or a sketch or something like that. You are actually, somebody we're going to be talking to and working with. So that was really cool. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. For anybody, by the way, along those lines, anybody who, watching on the rewind or watching live, if you are going to any of the local shows, hit me up on my Discord. Is a great place, because there's a whole section about conventions that we can talk about, stuff like that there. Highly recommend it. I always want to meet up with people at shows, assuming they want to meet up with me. Still waiting for Bigby to pop back in, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about the other few things that were like personal, nice touch moments for me. Talking to a lot of people about Heroes for Heroes, which is great. We have a lot of plans in the work around the 4th of July. I'm hoping to kind of make some official announcements about Heroes for Heroes and kind of get the campaign running in full force, not just behind the scenes. And then on the front of just on a personal fan level, got to see some really cool celebrities. Not really have any interactions of any kind with them beyond just seeing them. I'm not the kind of person who wants to wait in line to talk to a celebrity and pay $150 to get a photo or an autographed, print or something like that. I've done it for a few people in the past, but I just it's not something I don't want to spend 2 hours, hour and a half waiting in line. But I did get to see Richard Dean Anderson and Amanda Tapping, which was huge for me as a big Stargate fan. Obviously MacGyver. There's a lot of reasons to like both of those people, but especially as a Stargate fan, that was huge. I've watched that show all the way through multiple times. That was a big moment for me for sure. You got to see Ron Perlman, got to see Charlie Hunnam, Timothy Zahn. I didn't get a chance to talk to Timothy Zahn, which is a regret that I have from the show. It's just, unfortunately, all that stuff was happening on the complete opposite side of the convention from where Artist Alley was. And so it made it hard to freely go back and forth, because it's like I'd have a panel and then we have 2 hours and then I'd have another panel. But those 2 hours is like, we got to eat, use the bathroom, get some water, talk to a couple people about such and such. So that time actually really, really compounds. On top of it's a busy, large con that was kind of spread out across the buildings too. So, it would take a while to walk back and forth, and so I didn't really get to make it over there that often. But I did get to see some really fun celebrities. Talk to a lot of local Pacific Northwest vendors that both of us knew. And people that travel the con circuit that aren't technically an Artist Alley, like Jason Metcalf and Jamie Tyndall we talked to on the last day. Hey, what's up? Welcome back.
For some reason, my phone was duplicating the StreamYard program. There were 22 copies of StreamYard running.
I was like, you seem infinitely smoother and clearer now.
Yeah, there was 22 copies of StreamYard running for some reason. So anyway, I was listening to you in the background on my computer while I was restarting my phone. So
okay,
I'm kind of up to date on what you were talking about.
That's good. Thanks for bearing with us, everybody, for some of the drop in.
Yeah. Which, by the way, we should, since we've had a little break, mention the super chat and the hashtag Darkwing.
Yeah. Hashtag Darkwing in the chat. If you want to get a chance to win a free package, you'll get it. Whoever wins gets their chance to choose between 3 packages. If you're not here at the end of the show when that happens, we'll pick one for you. And then the other packages will go forward to the next show we're going to do in a couple weeks. If you want to do a super chat donation on the YouTubes is where you do that. Head over to my YouTube channel and do a super chat donation. Every dollar you donate will get you one spot on the wheel that we're going to spin at the end of the show. And we do have got piles of stuff I'm showing off here. We do have a couple things for you if you win that super chat prize pack. This week we're doing the Ariel Diaz Virgin cheeky booty cover there. That is Red Monica. I think that's Battle Chasers 10. But it's the relaunch of Battle Chasers. That's a Bird City Comics exclusive. Gorgeous cover. Joe Madureira homage. What?
Flashbacks of my filming inadequacies.
I mean, you've mentioned it a couple times now. You pretty much just
go ahead. You can tell what happened.
All right. Here's the other comic. This is the Bry's Comics exclusive for Spider-Gwen Annual #1. And I'm just going to do a slow pan on that artwork to really showcase how gorgeous that cover is while trying to keep the glare off the plastic. And that is a 9.8 too, CGC 9.8.
Limited to 950 copies.
Yeah, we do include the COA with that, so it's one of those. And it's gorgeous book. And we'll have another pretty nice one on the next show too for that too. So if you win tonight, you might want to come back and get the somewhat matching one next time. A little teaser there for you. So if you want a chance to win those, you can super chat now. Wheel is still running, and I got spots available on that. Hashtag Darkwing if you want to win the free chat giveaway. All you got to do is be here for that. Yeah, we'll do that at the end of the show here before we say goodbye to everybody.
So filming inadequacies, tell the story.
Well, let's just say that there was a cosplayer who did a fun final moment of her little routine that would be great for fans of booty covers. And I mean, we got to see it live, but yeah, unfortunately the video will cut off right before I believe that happened.
Just as she's turning her back, and I thought she was getting ready to walk away, and no, that wasn't it.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, oh no, I missed it. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Vector? But yeah, let's see. I just mentioned Jason Metcalf before while you were hopping back on. Real fast, I did pick up a couple metal prints from him, and those are gorgeous metal prints. His Rogue, right there, and the real thing. What?
Said I found that one. We're digging at the last minute. He's like, "If you can find a Rogue," and I'm like, "Oh."
Yeah, and then I got that for the Copper Age Babe herself. That beautiful Phoenix. The colors really pop. It's a little harder for me to film metal because it just reflects so much. It looks darker than it actually is, but Jason Metcalf is a nice dude. And I tell him I think he's an underrated artist. Like I wish he was out there more doing bigger profile stuff sometimes, but he's a great dude. Stop by and talk to him. I met him at the very first large Comic Con I went to when it was still like a Wizard World Con, and man, that was cool. So did that. You know what? And I mentioned that we met Jimmy Tyndall. So, more's going to come on that. I don't want to say anything until it's official, but he actually gave us some items for Heroes too. He signed the boxes too, which is nice. You'll see that gold signature right there from Jamie Tyndall. These were, get this out real fast, really sweet miniature guitars that he had with that artwork on it. That is really cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
I'll show that. And they come with a stand too for the guitar that's in the box as well. And he said there was, I need to go through and look at these again. There's one that's one that's Shikari artwork. And I cannot pull the third artist off the top of my head. Because this is the one that was opened up when he was had his display on there. They're the Axe Heaven miniature guitars. Trying to see if it had the Jimmy Tyndall. Yeah, I can't remember who the other artist was, so I'll have to go dig through those. But we got a bunch of those that we're going to be having as part of the fundraiser this year. Oh, nice. That's awesome. You're next. Yeah, he's just, to me, is an underrated guy, and a nice dude. So, well, while we're waiting for Bigby to hop back in, I was going to show off some stuff that I got. These were not quite traditional comic book pickups, but let me show off the stuff I got signed, and then I'll show off my pickups. So I met Dan Jurgens, and I had him sign Booster Gold #1. He told a fun story about Booster Gold on the panel. It kind of reminded me of his work on that, and I love the character Booster Gold. So probably cliche to have him sign something like Superman, of course, but Booster Gold's my favorite, or I don't know if he's my favorite. He's probably my favorite minor DC character, I guess is the best way to put it.
That's one that I'm kicking myself that I didn't get signed. I have a nice copy of that too.
No, I think there's 7, or 7 or 8 of those guitars. So there's going to be several available, and there's 3 different artwork options on them. So,
so interesting. Like I remember one thing, and we weren't part of that panel, but that was Bueller doing that now. And we learned a couple things from that. We learned that we wanted to reiterate the audience questions because we weren't able to hear the questions that other people were asking. But he said he had several people in mind that he thought should play Booster Gold. And then during the interview with Starlin, they said they had been in talks with someone to play Dreadstar.
Yeah, and in fact, they had their first meeting with somebody to play Dreadstar, and it was at the con, and it was a name I mentioned earlier, which is Charlie Hunnam, which is the perfect casting in my opinion for somebody who does like action, has the look. I mean, I guess you could say Stephen Amell might be in the running because he has kind of that Green Arrow background too. But I think Charlie Hunnam is a damn good actor, so that would be awesome. You're next. Yes, I am, and you can always hit me up on IG like you did before too if you want to work out the fine details on that. I still have some planning to do. Might work out some stuff with Bigby on who's getting what just to collect it because I will quickly run out of room here. But I haven't even had that conversation with him yet. So, but hit me up on IG before you think about firing something. Okay, cool. Something I was going to float by you because I mean I can ship everything from here, but I need to sell some stuff and make some room between now and then. So yet another reason we need to do more claim sales is I need to make some room for some of the Heroes for Heroes stuff in November. Yeah, I love Booster Gold, and Dan told a great story on stage about how when writers write Booster Gold as an idiot, they've gotten him wrong, which I thought was a very nice way to put the character of Booster Gold because. Yeah, he's supposed to be more like an everyman who, like, I think the story he told to kind of paraphrase it is, if you watched a YouTube tutorial on how to like put your plumbing back together under your sink, and you cut your thumb and you burst a pipe and you just kind of made these kind of normal mistakes that everybody makes. That's more like how he would approach the task. He's just a regular person who's trying to do these things, but he's not dumb. He's actually smart. He's just not necessarily automatically great at everything like so many superheroes are, which I think is a cool way to describe that character.
Well, he said like if a plane's coming down in Metropolis, Booster Gold is first going to call CNN, and then he's going to go get Skeets and tell Skeets to film it from the sky, and then he's going to go and try to grab the plane, but he's not going to be able to lift it quite right, and the wing's going to clip a building, and it's going to come down in the middle of the city and block traffic for the next 2 days. Yep. Some people might get bumps and bruises and maybe a broken arm or something, but nobody's going to die. But it's not going to come out perfectly the way it would if Superman had to do it.
Exactly. Second SIG I got. I've got some signed stuff from Mark Bagley that I've picked up over the years. He told
I did that one too. I forgot to grab it.
Yeah, he told a story about how this book. By the way, if you don't know, Mark Bagley is semi-retiring to the point where he's pretty much just going to do covers is essentially what his plan is now.
All damn slots full.
Yeah, because of this comic. So he told that story and it just kind of gave me like, oh, you know what? I've got lots of the stuff from his classic ASM run, some of which is signed, so I don't really have a huge need to have that stuff signed by him, but now I have a personal story here that made me want to get that one signed.
He said the tennis shoes are a pain in the ass.
Yep. Frank Cho did this wonderful king size Hulk cover. I like it for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, but I had him sign that. And then the last comic I had signed, I'll let Bigby, show off any of the things he wants to show off here in a second. Last comic I had signed, had to. I mean, as much as I say, try to talk about Dreadstar and some of the other stuff, I had to get Jim Starlin to sign the Infinity Gauntlet. It's, I've got an Iron Man 55, but it's already slabbed. I didn't really want to crack it to have him sign it. That probably would have been my other choice, but yeah, I had to do that. How about you, man? You want to?
During the Frank Cho interview, he revealed that there will be a follow-up to the second half of Liberty Meadow. So
Yep, that's true.
that was cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
So I got some things signed by Mr. Turlock. So I got a Thanos #1 signed by him.
Nice.
And then he was writing Surfer back at this time, so it's a great cover of the Mephisto and Thanos. The boys are back, and then the resurrection of Thanos, because he was dead for quite a while, and the first appearance of the Infinity Gauntlet.
Absolutely.
So that was signed by Mr. Starling. And then I had all these plans for Ken Lashley to sign something for me or do a sketch, and they all fell apart. And he just said, hit me up before the next time we're going to meet up. And he's like, I'll supply the sketch cover and get it done for you in free charge. So that was
So nice.
That was amazing. So yeah. So this is one of my favorite show covers for like a superhero book. This more recent Catwoman cover. Just really love that one. So I got that one signed by him. And then Frank couldn't believe I had this magazine that was this old in this kind of condition. And he was so nice. He even did a little remark on it. This is like a 2003 comic book artist magazine. And so he signed it on the side over here. And here. And then he did a remark of Truman the Duck over there on the other side of her. And this book has just got it's all sketches by Frank inside and interviews. So it's just amazing, big, thick, fat magazine of nothing but show goodness. So
when he started doing the remark, is it my imagination, or were you kind of distracted when he started doing the remark after he did the SIG for a second? I thought you were kind of like looking the other way at somebody saying something.
Like, what's he doing?
Yeah.
And I looked down,
I'm like watching, like, oh, he's doing a remark.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and then none of these guys had to be so nice, but they were like, "You guys did a great job on the panel, free charge." So
yeah,
it was super nice.
Absolutely.
And then, have you talked about any of the other people that we talked to not getting signatures or anything like
that? No, I haven't gotten that far yet. I was going to finish showing off. I'm not doing the whole short box or anything like that, but I got a select stack. I was going to finish showing that off, and I thought,
okay,
highlights. And then I figured we could wrap up with that. So I'm just going to go through this real fast, just for people that are watching in different chunks. I did get these two later GI Joes. I'll go through the ones I already showed very quickly. Probably the three or so, probably the three biggest books I picked up. First Mimic in better than mid-grade. Nice copy of that. Very happy to have that. One of the ones I needed for my run. Bigby found this one in a vendor and pointed it out to me. Second Ghost Rider with a still unidentified writing on cover. I don't think it's actually a creator sig, but still a cool book.
For the price,
I needed.
It's like an appearance at Ghost Rider.
yeah. I need to get some of the more Marvel Spotlight books in my run too, and in my collection. That was my first Marvel Spotlight low number. So, and then I showed this off earlier. The Mr. Miracle #1, got that from West Coast Avengers. Part of a bundle deal. All in fact, I think all the rest of the books I'm going to show are from West Coast Avengers, and the books I'm about to show are basically the price I ended up paying him before I show anything that was in the short box, which I'm not going to show tonight, and the box of cards I got. So screaming deals. Nice high grade Simplify #1. That's something I got for Heroes. Not sure exactly how I'm going to do that yet. I might do like if you're a veteran, or maybe if you're a Marine veteran and you buy something, maybe you get that, or maybe I'll just, put it up because it's a good theme book to raise money for the auction. Let's see here. Got 2 copies. Pacific Presents Rocketeer. That's fantastic.
First cover appearance of the Rocketeer.
Yeah. Very cool. Being a big Dave Stevens fan, that's very important.
That one, you flipped past that one. And I
didn't know this one. Yeah. No, yeah, Star Slayer #2. I wasn't aware of the significance of this book until you mentioned it to me. Like I am just not I'm not somebody who has that like encyclopedic knowledge of keys and covers and stuff like that. And
what's the significance, Braun?
First appearance of the Rocketeer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So very cool. Now this one, I did know the significance of this one.
Yes.
It's a little more obvious.
Which
so,
you should have joked around and pretended you were going to have Jim's friend. I forget her.
Jamie.
Jamie had, because she remember how vehemently she was talking about how she did one cover for Power Rangers. And she hated the Rangers. And she said the one time she voiced it, the person she was talking to was the original Red Ranger. She didn't realize it.
The audience was like, "Oh, who's your favorite Power Ranger?" She's like, they're all the same." Like, and then she got mad at how many characters you have to draw and stuff in the book because there's like 150 of them in one book she had to draw and all the different versions.
Right.
Great booty cover here, and just a nice book to have. Anyway, had to get that one. Metal Bikini #1. That's just some great artwork. I was super happy to see this. I actually literally when I flipped by it, for some reason didn't even believe that's what it was. But this is a book I've looked for a while because I am a big fan of Mage, and it just kind of just amazed me that it was a couple. There was like 4 copies in the box in there, so I was like, that can't be. Wait, no, it's Mage #1 from Hero Discovered. Matt Wagner goodness. If you really want to get into like kind of the theory craft of superhero comic books, that's a great kind of comic book series to read. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend it. What is a hero?
Both Mage and Grendel. Mage and Grendel are both great for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Marvel Premiere, Ant-Man 48 right there.
Second, right?
Second
Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Scott Lang
Ant-Man. Yeah, that's nice.
I think Matt Wagner is an underappreciated creator as far as that goes.
Yes, I agree. I think that's absolutely true. This is just such a crispy copy. And one of the few Amazing Adventures Beast books I didn't have yet. This is #12. I've got a very low grade copy of 11 that I'm going to upgrade at some point, which I'm cool with.
That's a nice one.
And I
ended up talking to a guy right after that, that said he got the first furry beast out of that same box.
Yep. And more power to that guy. That was a good pull. And I'm glad I got pretty lucky. I found a good copy at an antique mall, but again, it was low grade. But I was happy to get it because it was a great price.
That's a great cover though, with Iron Man and everything.
And the colors on this, like this is probably Dave has this at a 9.4. I agree with that grade on this. It's just it looks like you pulled it off the rack.
Dave's pretty actually conservative too on some of his grades, so it might even be better than that.
Might be, yeah. For most of these, I was looking at I have not deep dive analyzed because honestly, I just haven't had time since the show. Really, some of these I'm looking at them for basically the third time at this point. Like once when I got them home, once at the show, and now I'm kind of just showing you for the third time. But Let's see. I'll go through. Here's a few. I'll give Bigby some props here, because here's a few that I wasn't immediately familiar with, but he pointed out that were probably pretty interesting. One, I don't think you were familiar with this book either, but we both kind of noticed it when we pulled it out.
Oh yeah, I was like, I've never seen that cover.
Yeah. Dawn, Not to Touch the Earth. It's a one-shot from the Image era of Dawn. Obviously, Joseph Michael Linsner cover. And I love Dawn stuff. If you guys know, if you follow the channel, I don't by no means have all of it. Obviously, I hadn't even seen this one before, but it was kind of cool to find a book. I'm like, I didn't know about that book.
You're like, what is that? Right?
Yeah. And Destroyer Duck was another one you pointed out.
First group.
Yeah,
and it's a really clean copy. It's just got a weird cut to it.
Yeah,
So
very strange. But you see that a lot, like obviously in a lot of books. I know there's a lot of Uncanny X-Men, like in the late 200s, that are notorious for having that. A lot of Marvel books from that time. I definitely knew this cover 100%, but I appreciate you kind of just nudging me again on this one, because I went by. I almost had overload at his booth because there was just so much, and it's well, the stack was piling up pretty high,
right?
Yeah. But got Conan the Barbarian, number 16 there.
Such a clean copy on that. And that is the Frost Giant's daughter. That story has been reprinted so many times. Is one of the most famous Barry Windsor Smith Conan stories.
And I know this, like
beautiful
one of the ones that homages it. There was an homage cover a few years back that made me kind of go back and look at the story again, because I got on a Barry Windsor Smith kick again after I did my X-Men reread. He's got some great stuff in X-Men too, of course, and then I did the Marvel Comics Presents Weapon X reread, and I got in a big kick and had to go look at some of his stuff, and that's kind of when I discovered some of that era of Barry Windsor Smith. This is a book that I definitely would have grabbed. I'm looking for all of the World of Woods, but this is issue 4 of World of Wood. Also a very clean copy of this, also a booty cover, but yeah, I'm trying to grab all these.
Hard books to find. Like I think there is a temptation to go back and find a lot of that Comico and Eclipse stuff from that time period,
Yeah. Got a one that I don't have from my lower number G.I. Joes. There's like one or two I'm missing below this issue 15 now, but grabbed issue 15. There's a couple first appearances in this one too that I can't pull off the top of my head, but I'm trying to get all the G.I. Joes eventually, so that was a nice grab. And then I said I had everything here was from West Coast Avengers. I lied because I forgot about one book. Grabbed first appearance of Yelena in Black Widow 1, the Marvel Knights run. Grabbed that from the same vendor I got the Ghost Rider comic book from. And then the last two I'm going to show off, the whole short box. You'll have to stay tuned for some of the stuff that came out of there. I'll be sharing it on Instagram over the coming weeks as I get ready to move stuff. But I got 2 Silver Age X-Men's. I got X-Men 38. Gorgeous book there. And then the first low number X-Men I bought at a comic book shop when I was a kid was X-Men 41. And it is like a 0.5 probably. But I have a nostalgia for that book. I bought it for, I think it was a $1 bin book when I was like 8 years old or something like that, or 9 years old, or whenever, however old I was when I went to that shop and bought it. But this is a much nicer mid-grade copy than that terribly tattered written on book that I have. I just, this is part of the origin of Cyclops. I always liked it for that. I always liked it because it's a pretty unique red cover, which, as a Cyclops fan, that's kind of fun, right? A lot of reasons to like that. But yeah, I got a lot more stuff, but I don't want to just show off books all night long. Like I said, I'll be showing them off on Instagram and stuff like that too as time goes on. But
you got enough books to show them off all night long.
yeah. And it just, again, a shout out to Bigby for helping me. He's got just that that, oh, hey, look at this. Hey, look at it. And I mean, to be fair, like sometimes I'll dig through a box, he look through and pulls out something too. It just happens. But
Oh yeah. Travis and I have that same thing. We'll both go through a box, and like we've gone to Half Price Books a few times, and like one of us will go through a box and be like, look at all this cool stuff I found in there. And he goes, and then he'll start flipping. He goes, you went through this first already, right? What's this doing in there?
It is funny how that works, but I mean, that's when there is almost like there's like a sensory overload kind of thing to a certain extent that can kind of happen.
Right.
So,
right.
But man, so I guess that even though I won't show them off, I'll just kind of tell you if you get a chance to go to like one of West Coast Avengers claim sales, or if you get a chance to see him at a show, definitely hit him up. I got like 30 copies of Marvel 2-in-1 with the thing. I got just Marvel premiere issues, a lot of great bronze stuff, a lot of great, some nice, cool, modern stuff here and there.
And Marvel premiere, like first appearances of like
3D Man and stuff like that.
B tier characters, but they were cool. I mean, like
yeah, absolutely. Trust me, I would love nothing more than to show them all off, but we would be here all night. So,
and Dave is a character. You'll love hanging out with him. So,
yeah. Oh, and we talked about the box of cards, but just like, geez. So I was going through that, and there's probably a quarter of a row of one of those that I'm just like, man, I need these for my card sets that I'm trying to complete. So the vast majority of the cards in that box are going to be given away for people that get stuff from the channel. But there's so much cool stuff in there. Like, I'm like, oh, hey, these are some of them, not the first series of Marvel Masterpiece, but one of the later series. Like, I need some more comic book, some more cards from this set. Awesome. And there was even a couple, series 1 Marvel cards in there. There was a Venom and a Spider-Man, which are, those are a couple nice cards to have from that set. And I'm working on that set slowly but surely. It's the one Marvel Universe set I didn't have the complete set of. I've got all the rest, but yeah, it was really cool, man. Dave is a great dude, a great character. Very happy to get a chance to spend some time with him and check out his booth, and he made me a great deal, and I appreciate it. So and thanks for your help in digging through all his books, man.
Oh, it was super fun. It was actually kind of fun, like strategizing with you too. Like, be like, hey, step over here for a second. Let's talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is my thoughts.
Yep, 100%. And you're welcome. You're welcome, man. To the comment, not saying you're welcome for helping me, but but yeah, did you have any other things you wanted to show off? I'm trying to like keep track in my head of what else you would have had. I know it was kind of a lighter show for you.
I didn't really pick up a lot. I mean, somebody the first day they were like, somebody hit me up on Instagram and they said, what are you picking up? And I said, memories. That's that's what I was picking up. So yeah, it was just really super fun. And I would say like after the show interview, it was just like a magical like last like hour and a half, 2 hours of that show. It was just amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
You got something else to show?
Yeah, I do. I almost forgot because they're just a different form factor. Yeah, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
That definitely true. Definitely a good point there, man. Yeah. So one thing, I wanted to mention, I showed off some of the first items we got for Heroes. I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. You'll be seeing lots more of these, but we got some prints signed by the man himself.
By Jim and Jamie.
Yeah, by Jim and Jamie, exactly. So some of these are, I'm trying to do two things at once here. Some of these are signed by just Jim, and some of these are signed by Jim and Jamie, depending on who worked on it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And so all of these are signed by at least Jim.
So I'm gonna tell stories while you're showing pictures. So
yeah.
So Jim signs a bunch of these. Jamie's off doing something else, and she comes back, and Jim has a stack of things for her to sign. And I'm getting ready to shoot a video for my video of just the books that he signed for me and the stuff that he's doing for Chris. And Jamie's in the midst of signing everything that he had set apart for her to sign. And I leaned over and I said, "Hey, when you get done and we're all done talking, you need to go over and talk to Frank Joe." And she says, "Why?" And I said, "Because he's kind of obsessed with the paranormal." And she leaped out of her chair and sprinted over to Frank's table.
She's like, "Oh, I gotta go talk to him."
Yeah, and I don't know. I think they may have a special friendship now.
Well, I was a little surprised because I figured, I don't know why, but I figured like, oh, for sure they talked, and because they were at the show together. But I mean, you're across the aisle from the person you might not have had a chance to talk about UFOs and Bigfoot.
Yeah, so
it
it was very cool to help put that together.
So, I mean, just this is the kind of stuff that we're gonna have up for Heroes later this year to raise some money for Mission 22. And just huge shout out to the folks we talked about helping out. Again, I don't want to get too close to those details because we are far out. We don't have 100% solid commitments. The last thing I want to do is speak about somebody coming to do something and then they can't do it at the last minute because of other commitments or whatever. But I'll just say that everybody we talked to was very open to hearing more about it at the very least, like worst case scenario, which is awesome. Plus, I'm sure we'll get many of the people that participated in the past back in to talk about further opportunities too. So very cool. The last thing we need to talk about then is people that we didn't do panels with or have necessarily sign or do anything other than just go and talk to them and meet up with them, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
so
we were just kind of encouraging one another to go and talk to people, make sure that we crossed our T's and dotted our I's. And so like I went and stood in one person's line while Chris would go stand in another person's line. And when whoever came open first, we'd go over and talk to them. And so we Inker, forgetting his handle on IG, Scott Hanna, Inker Scott. So we got to talk to him. Had a very cool little interaction with him. It was cool talking to him. He said that they had a discussion about him and Mark Bagley and who was the third person?
Dan Jurgens.
They were like, between the three of us, we probably put out more books during the 90s than so that was just pretty cool. Or they were more productive than almost any group of people during the 90s. So very cool to get to talk to him. And then things are just getting ready to wrap up, winding down, and we look over and Jim Shooter is sitting there all by himself.
Yep, we're waiting. We both talked about going back in and hitting up a couple of the creators that we just didn't have a chance to circle around to. And boy, Jim Shooter, when I saw the lineup for the show originally, back when I first checked out the guests that were announced, Jim Shooter and Jim Starlin, just before I knew panels or before any of that was in the works, those two names just stuck out to me. They're two. I mean, again, you start talking about Mount Rushmores, and again, everybody says their personal Mount Rushmores, but I know they're going to be on that list for people. And what the point of that is, talk about people that have had an unmistakable impact on comic books, and especially when you talked about somebody like Jim Shooter and what what editorial can bring to comic books, and something that gets overlooked by comic fans sometimes, I think, is the importance of editorial. And especially when you talk about what he did for Marvel continuity and the way that stories happen and the way that they're interacting with each other. It can't be, it can't be said enough. It's just incredible. So we got a chance to go up to him. Didn't have anything for him to sign or anything like that. There's just lucked out that he'd had a couple longer interactions, and we were able to kind of just soak in the aura of what is Jim Shooter, and talk about that legacy, talk about the personalities that he had to work with and how they interacted with each other, and how thankless that task can be at sometimes, because you kind of have to be the bad guy, but not in a rude way, just in a way of like, this is for serving the greater cause. And you
Right.
every sentence that this man says is just, it's just comics gold, basically.
Right.
The only way I can just, it's odd. The best way I can describe that conversation is leaving it the feeling of remembering what comics are and my love for comics in a way that I didn't expect to walk away feeling that from talking to somebody like that. Like I expected to be like, wow, but it was a deeper feeling that resonated with me, like through this moment, way more than 24 hours later. It was incredible. It was incredible.
Just talking to him about the camaraderie of the people who've created all these books that we love.
Yeah.
And all the trials and tribulations that they've gone through together, and just some of the quirky characters that they were. Who was it that he said was people wouldn't mess with him, or it was Wally Wood, right? Who had always had a holstered pistol under his arm, and so nobody was ever asking him to change things. Just the city was the first guy who ever gave him credit in a book, right? Was Wally Wood. He wrote it in the artwork. He said art by Wally Wood, written by Jim Shooter, and they were like, it's not about you guys. But when it came to Wally Wood, they'd just be like, oh, nice work, Wally.
One, there's a thought. I'm just gonna say this, and I hate to say this in a way, but it's so true and it's important. Some of these people that I have a chance to talk to at comic conventions, and I think it's one of the most important reasons to go to comic book conventions, is because I've known some of these names my whole life, essentially. Mm-hmm. I've seen them on credits, panels and early books that I would read when I was a kid, and you just. What I want to say is some of these creators are getting up there. We've lost so many of the greats, and if you get a chance to be around somebody like that, who's had that kind of legacy, I've looked at a lot of shows. Like Jim Shooter hasn't come around a show that I've been at for a while, and so I don't know when the next time he would be at a show that I'm going to go to would be. We talked to Scott Hanna before that, and he said he doesn't get out to the West Coast very often. So, he is actually, by the way, he's doing San Diego Comic-Con for the first time in a while later this year. So you got another chance to see him if you're on the West Coast, but that's remote,
right?
Yeah. Cause and that's true for obviously these legendary creators that are, they're just by the time they were working on comics and the age they are now, you just have to kind of get every chance you can to meet them, because you never know. I've told the story before that there was 3 or 4 probable real easy chances for me to go and see Stan Lee and meet him, and I never did it. I said there'll be another chance, or oh, well, that's not the right time to go, or, all these dumb things. And not getting a chance to meet Stan Lee is still a major regret of my life. So, and it's different for different people on who those people are going to be. But I think if you love comic books, kind of like what Sicko was saying in chat here, even if you don't know Jim, walk up to that man and be prepared to learn something that man has so many stories to tell. I think that's probably a really feel free to do that. That's good advice. I think that's important.
I will say that, like, just talking to him, I almost felt like vicariously time traveled back to that era of the Marvel bullpen, and like I was standing there with him, watching things unfold the way he tells his stories.
100%.
Just so cool, and to just be able to tell him how much I appreciate the impact he had on this medium that I love so much, and shake his hand and and tell him, like, some of the things that I don't think people really give him enough credit for, the continuity that he demanded in Marvel. That, okay, the X-Men are in Texas right now, and this story is taking place in Texas. So yeah, the Hulk's going to run into the X-Men right now, and you guys got to shoehorn that in to your storyline right now, because that's where they're at.
Yeah.
And his thing about
Claremont.
Villains don't belong to a book, but they do belong to that editor. So if you want to use that villain, you need to clear it with that editor. But you don't own Doctor Doom because you're doing Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And the feud between Claremont and Byrne, that was a great story.
That was a great story. Yeah, for those that want to know also the quicker version of the story. So John Byrne apparently felt pretty much like Doom was his toy, to play with in his sandbox. And when Claremont used Doom in an issue of X-Men, which is a famous issue of X-Men, if you want to go back and look at it,
147, I think, something like that.
I don't. Yeah, I'm bad with numbers and covers, but I can picture the cover in my head like clear as day. Right? It's a great cover. Yeah. But it's just one of those things where I guess Claremont used Doom, and then Byrne had to make a point of like saying it was a defective Doom bot. Not the real Doom, and just the importance of like what you're talk to the editor, and the real way that should go is, you should be able to say, hey, I want to use this person. And you can say, well, actually you can't use them right now because of what's going on, but wait a month and you could use them in this story because of how it's, but yeah, it doesn't belong to somebody. Which is in the heart of what superhero comic books. That's the way it works. I mean, comic books wouldn't be any fun if you couldn't have those strange bedfellows in a comic book meeting together and having fun stories and interactions. Some of the best comics we have are because of stuff like that. So yeah, the ego. Yeah. We talked about ego of creators was kind of a recurring theme in what he was talking about.
Yeah, he said Claremont was like, he wrote that about what I did. Wait till he sees what I'm gonna do in reaction to that. And Jim was like, nope, this stops now.
Yeah. Yep. So it was a amazing experience to have, and an even more amazing way to end the primary events that we had at the show. I think to have that be like the coda on like a great weekend.
I mean, and the guy's such a welcoming, kind man. I mean, I obviously put it out there. He handed Bronze and I a business card, said, feel free to contact me.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I guess it's kind of hard for me to put in words. Part of that's because it's almost midnight, but but it's also just the experience. I'm being a little humorous there, but
yeah, I mean, it was like I said. I said it at the beginning of the show. It was almost a religious experience there. The last like from the ending of the conversation with Cho after his panel all the way through. It was just an amazing communing with the creators of this medium that we love so much. It was amazing.
Yeah. Yep. I want to mention this now because I don't want to drag this part of the show out too much, but I just want to, one more time, it's kind of your final warning to get your super chats in. We've got a bunch of spots on this wheel. However, here's the beauty of this wheel. I can add a bunch more spots and you can get a chance to win a couple of great comic books before we wrap up the show at the end of the show. While I'm showing these off, just keep in mind,
it only takes $1.
It only takes $1. And if you've entered before, you can enter again. But also, if you want a chance to win some free stuff, just do #Darkwing, all one word, in the chat. There you go. So I'm going to do one more show of the books. Last time here to show it off, you got the Prize Comics Spider-Gwen Annual number 1, 9.8 CGC. Gorgeous book. Gorgeous cover. And then, not to be outdone, the Ariel Diaz Virgin Battle Chasers cheeky homage to Red Monica there, and Joe Madureira from Battle Chasers number 1. A book I smashed pre-order on for multiple copies when I first got it opened up because I have the original. Love it as a booty cover fan. Perfect timing for Bigby to drop out again, I guess. No. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. And so while we're waiting for him to come back and while we're waiting for those final super chats that might come through, let's show off real fast what you can win if you win the prize pack. So, prize pack A, we got, yeah, they do have dope covers. You're 100% right. Prize pack A, we've got a Nakayama Power Girl Action Comics cover, his variant, and we have Terry Moore Echo trade paperback. That is the Moon Lake trade. So that's prize package A possibility. If you're in the super chat for Darkwing, #Darkwing.
That Terry Moore book is amazing. It's really good.
Yeah. Another great story. Here we got Two Moons number 1, the variant cover for that one. And you remember these from last time because these are the previous prize packages that are available. The Authority Kev trade paperback. We talked about Garth.
Wasn't that the one the other guy claimed? Didn't he claim the Authority pack? From the first.
Oh, you know what? You know what? You're right. You're right. Because I don't have the shipping information for that yet. That's why this one's here.
That's the stuff for the other fella.
Yep, you're right.
I was like,
you're
wait, that two moons in that Authority. That's the other guy's stuff.
You're 100% right. So never mind that. You're never mind that. Never mind that. So I guess we're really only going to have 2 options because I can't really pull another one out like that. So you got the Echo and the Power Girl, and then we got the Hulk, Beauty, and the Behemoth. By the way, I cannot remember who that was left on my head. I was going to go back and watch that show. The winner of that show, I think I still need to get your shipping information from you.
That Beauty and the Behemoth book, by the way, is very interesting. It's all different eras of stories featuring Betty and Bruce. So you got all the way up through from the Silver Age all the way up through the McFarlane era. Pretty cool book.
Yeah, so that's kind of a Hulk package and not really a super strong theme on this one, but I was short on time.
Female superheroes.
Yes, there we go. There we go. So yeah, those 2.
We also have our art thing. If you wanted to
That's true.
do that.
That's true. So we'll run through that.
Spiel about supporting the art community. But
yes.
If you want to do the drawing first, that's fine. Right.
No, let's give people a chance to do a super chat. So because the most awkward thing that can ever happen is I run that and then somebody gets a super chat in after I run it. So I'll pull up the artwork, and then why don't you kind of talk about this while I'm getting that ready to go?
Okay. So Bronze and I, one of the things that we decided we wanted to do when we started working together was we wanted to promote and support the art community. We have so many great artists that we know and get to talk to all the time. And so we just want to encourage people and have you guys show off your art, whether it be you're just starting out learning drawing, or you're getting pretty good. We want to show off your stuff and just show the progression and show appreciation for your efforts. And we're also going to be doing a giveaway at the end of the year for a sketch by myself, Bronze, and our friend Travis from Comics Limited. So there's that as well. You get entered if you're showing off some artwork, you'll get entered into the running for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there you go.
All right, so this is this episode's entries into our community artwork. So if you're out there, we want to see it. We want to see it.
And you can send this to me on Instagram.
Yes.
You can send me, we've had a couple people send me like 20, 30 pictures, and we'll show 3 or 4 every a week, 2 or 3, 2, 3, 4 a week. So this is Mr. Roscoe of Geek Out with Roscoe.
Very nice. I love that. Calvin and Hobbes actually came up during the Frank Cho panel, by the way. It was a favorite he mentioned. And I'm a big Calvin and Hobbes fan, so that was fun to hear. I think, nope. I was trying to make that better. I made it worse. I'll just go back to that to prevent it from being awkward. I was trying to make the picture bigger.
How do I get this book, says Psychotron? You need to contact Roscoe.
Yes, contact Roscoe.
I know he does sell some of his covers that he does.
Cool.
Love that one.
so Sicko, you might want to hold off, because my guess is you're probably going to want this one more.
Venomized Patrick from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Love it. We actually had a conversation about Roscoe's art style at one point in the car ride, and how much we love it. So, his style is great.
He is inspiring to me for the difficulties that he works through to do his artwork. I have no excuses to not pick up a pencil and do some drawing with all of the difficulties that he has to put up with to do the artwork that he does, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's impressive.
I love that.
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
that's my favorite Roscoe one for me personally that we got this week. This is, I love Dupe. There's a weird this is better than Pickle Rick reaction that I have this, which it doesn't really apply just because there's a jar of pickles, but that was my first thought about it.
Right, it's so good.
Yeah.
Help me from the X-Men.
Yeah. Great. And then this one, I almost showed this off earlier when Nick was here, but we had so many things we were going through. But I just wanted to. This is how much more perfect could it get to have this piece on tonight? It's fantastic.
I picked that one out when I was looking through the stuff that he sent. I was like, this one is appropriate.
Yeah, and it's great.
Right.
I love it. I love it. I know another guy who did a great Darkwing duck at one point too. It was this Bigby, I think was his name. Bigby.
Yeah. That was for Heroes for Heroes, right?
Yeah.
Was it there? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who ended up getting that? I don't remember.
Oh, I'd have to look it up at this point. There's just been two. There was shipping the stuff from Heroes was. I don't want to use the phrase nightmare because that implies a negative connotation, but it was a logistical nightmare to the point where I don't often remember who got what exactly because I was looking at everything so many times.
I do know that the Squatty Baroness went to Gosh, he does a claim sale with Bleecker all the time. Can't think of his name now. All of a sudden.
So you do remember, huh?
I could see his face. I don't remember his name right now, off the top of my head. Anyway,
I have it on a document somewhere, but I could look it up. But and then this was
one. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He was the one who was giving you all the advice on the turtles. That during the
who that got that?
Houdat was the one who got Spotty Baroness.
Oh, I forgot he was the one that got it. That Houdat has obviously been in the news quite a bit recently because of CBCS losing his X-Men 1 and then finding it, and then the last I heard, still not giving it back to him.
Right.
I don't know if that's been resolved, but so
yeah.
So yeah, here's our next piece. We obviously have a very fun Inspector Gadget piece. Speaking of, we just lost him. So I got to go look this up because I can't remember the artist's name. What? Why is that happening now? I guess I'll look it up somewhere else real fast. I just went and followed this profile today, so forgive me. Ben Taz, I believe, is the artist name on this one. It's BENTOZ on IG, or sorry, on IG it's actually backward. TOZ.BEN on IG, but the name is Ben Taz.
His name is Ben Taz.
Yeah. So
Great,
really cool. Love
gadget.
Yeah. And then I think the next one also from Ben.
Yeah. Beautiful piece there.
Yeah.
Nightmare Fuel.
Very well done. Not my favorite in terms of subject matter, but it's very, very, very well done. I've never had the clown thing, but I'm also not like terrified of clowns. It's just, this reminds me of like Payday or Heavy Metal or something like that kind of, or Psycho Circus type stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very well done though. Extremely well done. And then this is pretty cool. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
Good work. I now I really want to see what his jack-o'-lanterns actually look like every year, because I'm guessing they're pretty badass.
Right.
All right. And then we're going to move on to we have a few pieces from our third artist,
who was in the chat a little earlier.
Yeah, as was Roscoe earlier, by the way.
Yes, that's true. So these are from Actual Dracula.
So the Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla. I'm not. Is that
humor.
Is it okay? So I don't get the. That's the dude from Mad Max, right? Like, and then obviously Batman.
Yeah.
Okay. So see, it's a wrestling thing, so I wasn't sure if it was like a wrestling.
I think that the Ayatollah of Rock and Roll is a wrestling quote. So.
Okay. If for those that don't know, wrestling, I'm probably going to be out of my depth usually on wrestling references. So
there's so much wrestling talk on other channels. Oh yeah, Buddy says that looked like Sweet Tooth. Yeah, I absolutely Twisted Metal.
Oh, sorry. When I said heavy, I think I said Heavy Metal earlier. I meant Twisted Metal. Yeah, absolutely. Good pull. And then this was actually in the Comics Curing Cancer sketchbook.
I love that piece. That is just amazing.
That may be my favorite piece of his that I've seen. So I'm trying to think of he does some great stuff, but that's a good one. I really like that a lot.
Yeah, he's quite skilled. That's very nice.
And it was a good piece for that collection too. I think there's just kind of a life, life cycle. The green, there's a lot, and then he's got the purple was the color of the charity. He's got that worked in really well in the background there too. So fantastic job. Yeah.
Beautiful piece.
I like that too. Very fun. Shredder. what if Shredder was actually Wolverine?
Right.
The Turtles would be screwed. Basically, it's kind of my takeaway from
Pretty
that.
much. Pretty much. Yeah.
I love it. And then the last one, pretty emotional piece, probably hit hard for
Very
a lot.
he sent that one to me. I was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, read more comics. I'm sure he would be proud of that piece of artwork.
Yeah.
So,
Very I love the way that it's done with the outline too, being, you know, the image only in the words is very, very, very cool. Powerful piece.
For those of you unfamiliar with that, that's an image of Ed Piskor, drawn by actual Dracula. So
Yep.
So very nice piece, though. Very nice. Good job, Drac.
Yeah, very good roundup of artwork from 3 artists. Hopefully we'll have even more to share next time around. If you want to have
I heard from one of our guests that was in the chat that she might send me something next week.
Ooh, a little teaser there, huh?
If that might kind of be a little giveaway.
I mean, well, I mean, to be fair though, that does narrow the pool, but it doesn't narrow it down to me. There's been a few women in the chat tonight, which we really appreciate having over here. Hank slumming it with us. Super chat. I got one. Yeah, I got a $1 one I was going to put up there. That's from Ben. Ben Compton got that one in. We appreciate it. No, all it takes. Yeah, I'll randomize at the end before we spin here. And you might be the lucky winner. I'm going to start sharing that again here, and we'll get that done. Are
we doing the wheel first, or are you going to do the hashtag Darkwing first?
Let's do the hashtag first. Okay. So we've got 22 entries on the hashtag Darkwing, which, you know, if you don't know, the way this works is if you submit multiple times, then it'll only count as one entry. So that's just the way that works. So people might have hit that a few times, but 22 unique entries. This is my chance to give people like 20 seconds or so to hit that again if they didn't have a chance to hit it and they're watching. And I'll give it a little time for lag. And then right after this, we'll do the super chat giveaway. And then I'm pretty much going to end it because I'm crashing.
Yeah. So I got to be up pretty early for work too. So
yeah, it was kind of a longer show than maybe originally expected. But I think we were like, oh, it's going to be a short show.
We're just going to do a real quick recap. And then I'm like, oh, you know, we have a lot to say about the show. And there was a lot of great discussion and talk with Nick. And so, glad to go whatever distance we have to go to do a good job. But
yep.
Appreciate everybody for sticking around and watching.
Absolutely. Just going to go ahead and draw that because we gave everybody some time. And the winner is...
Drum roll, please.
How appropriate. Geek Out with Roscoe is the winner. That is awesome. Congratulations, Roscoe. We were just talking about you.
Mr. Roscoe.
Yeah, so that was fantastic.
Which package do you think Roscoe would want? Oh, Roscoe, are you in the room? Roscoe, can you hear me?
I something tells me probably he's not. No, not his own book. He won. The books were the comics in these packages. Not that it matters. Probably were donated by me. The trades were donated by Bigby. But no, we were showing off his art. We weren't showing off the comics. It's probably I don't know. Unless Roscoe's a huge Hulk fan, I'm you know, I might lean towards this package.
I'm gonna think he's gonna want Echo. I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, you know, the beauty is I'll get a chance to show him maybe like through DM he'll get a chance to pick, because really we have until the next show to make sure we don't give away his package or something like that.
Right.
but we'll message him. I'll just assume if I want what he wants, and then I will do a proper reload on the third package instead of accidentally grabbing the package from the previous week that still hasn't gone out yet. And then again, if that winner wants to come forward, I'll recontact them too, or try to reach out to them. I think I could be misremembering, but I feel like I was like I couldn't even find them, but I don't know. I gotta look back and look at that episode. A lot of things I'm trying to get caught back up to after getting done with all the prep for the con, going to the con, recovering from the con. A lot of cleanup and housework. All right. As we lose Bigby for probably the last time, and he'll come back, I'm sure. Here's your super chat prize pack giveaway. We're about to do that drawing. Final chance on that. Good luck, everybody. I'm just going to pull up the wheel. Give me a second. Names. Here we go. Oh, that sucks. I hate how if I zoom in it, you lose the list. But we, to show the list for everybody, I'll kind of scroll through that to make sure we got everybody. Milton Stapler came in with that $20 right up front. Comic Tropes put in $5. Michael DeFonte put in $5.
Excuse me.
Figure Drawing with $5. Buddy with 10. Shigeyuki Kikita did it in Canadian dollars, so the conversion is $10 basically, US dollars, which is what it's converted to. And Ben came in at the end there with that $1 super chat. I'm going to give this on my end about 15 seconds to account for lag, and then I'll go ahead and randomize the wheel and spin it. So if people are trying to type in right now, either say wait, or get that in real fast.
We'll give you a countdown here. I'm going to start counting from 20.
Okay.
20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You may fire when ready.
I really wanted to start doing a licensed theme song to a certain game show, but
do.
didn't have the rights to it. So I'm going to shuffle 3 times. That was 1 shuffle, 2 shuffles, and the third and final shuffle. All right, so the list has been randomized on the wheel 3 times, and then we are going to go ahead and spin it to get our winner. Good luck, everybody.
Yes, sir. I'm excited for whoever wins.
Yeah.
Cool stuff.
Oh, buddy. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Congratulations, buddy. Hopefully, I think, guessing buddy probably, he usually has to work early in the morning, so he might be out of here already. But yeah, either way, congratulations, buddy. You're probably watching on the rewind. Let me know. I'm 99% sure you haven't moved, but let me know if you have, just in case, and I will get that fired off to you here in the next few days. Congratulations. Thanks for the super chats. We really appreciate it. Like I said, we are really working on stepping up our game on what the super chats are going to be, because we have a lot of plans. We want it to raise some money for both of us so we can do cooler things for you guys. So it's going to be good for everybody. The more we do these and the more you guys support it, it's a fun way to kind of generate some revenue, because YouTube doesn't pay a ton. And then we can't really do claim sales all the time, but we are going to try to get that next one organized. It's one of the next projects we're going to start working on, is probably our next claim sale. So cool. So I'd like to ask, before we go, anything coming up you want to talk about, discuss, plug, etc. before we go for everybody?
We're going to be doing another claim sale of bronze soon. I mean, there's that.
I hear that.
Yeah, and then I've been doing a Whatnot sale with Travis Comics Limited on his Whatnot channel almost every Monday. This week he's camping, so didn't do it this week, but hopefully we're going to get that going again next week. And follow both of us on Instagram. I'm trying to do a good job of cross-promoting bronze on my channel.
Same. Doing what I can, even though I'm in Instagram hell.
We do what we can. So
yeah, and if you're watching on my channel, link to Bigby is in the chat, and my camera's about to die in 2 seconds for those of you in the future. But yeah,
hey,
so I'm now El Gato, no signal.
El Gato, the big cat.
That's our sign. We should probably end it.
Here's your sign.
Another reason to follow Bigby, the last thing I'll say is it sounds like pretty soon he's probably going to have some footage coming out from the con. So if you want to see some of the sites from the con that he was able to take video of, and talk to some of the people there and the vendors and the cosplayers and all kinds of great stuff, definitely check that out. And
split it into 2 videos, but
okay, cool. Part 1
Saturday and Sunday.
Nice. Okay, everybody. Well, we hope everybody has a great night. Stick around for future shows. We'll be back in 2 weeks with more Best Coast comics, and hopefully we'll have some announcements between now and then about future stuff we have coming up and all kinds of fun things. And appreciate everybody being here. Thanks to our guest Nick Barrucci earlier today from Dynamite Comics and Dynamic Forces. There is a link to the Darkwing Duck Kickstarter in the description, so go check that out as well. I got about 8 days left on that campaign. And I will mention this because it was somebody we talked to this weekend. Jim Starlin has a few days left on his Zoop campaign for Breed. You can get the omnibus of Breed. There's a few different hardcover options and signatures and remarks and that kind of stuff you can go check out there too. So yeah, lots of fun things to go look at in the meantime. Cool. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Peace. And we'll see you on the next one.